For fuck's sake. Let's see. Is that working? Okay. I legitimately have no fucking idea what happened to my microphone. So luckily I had a second microphone somewhere on my desk. I just had to find a fucking cable for. And now I have no idea which one is the one that's actually doing the audio. Okay, that's so stupid. I plugged in a completely different microphone, and then the first microphone started working. So, I don't know what happened there. That's very bizarre. So, fuck knows what happened, because that makes no sense to me that plugging in a completely different microphone fixed the first one. So, anyway. So today I'm going to be trying to change my voxel rendering that I've been doing in the last 2 streams into like a more of a plugin style, so that people can actually use it in the game jam instead of it being like specifically like use case of chunks and the chunks probably say like I got somewhere here about like using swapping the chunk ID for an entity identifier rather than doing what I'm doing. Because at the moment, it's like the chunk ID specifically identifies the chunk, but I'm using a spatial chunk ID, which means that unless you're also doing a map where every voxel is unique to its position, you can't have like 2 chunks that overlap each other because they would share an ID. And the other issue with that is just kind of fun. I was testing it before the stream because I wasn't 100% sure, but because I use the world position to calculate the normal or the UV. If you scale a chunk down, you also scale its world position down, which means that scaling it by half makes all the chunks take up only a quarter, and then they only represent the that fraction of the block. So as you can see, like the grass here looks normal when there's a block of grass, but it's missing this bit because it's actually this. So it's like instead of filling this whole space, it's only filling half a block. Yeah, it's interesting because what confuses me most about plugging a different microphone in is I already unplugged and replugged the microphone that's now working in multiple times, and it didn't seem to fix the problem, but plugging a different one in fixed the problem. So my suspicion is something was happening on the user interface level, like something was popping up down here that I dismissed and hidden away, so it wasn't popping back up. And that was like I needed to confirm that. So plugging in a different microphone didn't do that check because I plugged in my Yeti, and the Yeti being a much more expensive microphone does things very differently to the cheap one that I've got on a boom that I use, which is hilarious that I've got a microphone that's like 3 times the price, but I don't use it because it has to be on the desk as opposed to the one that hangs above me. But the Yeti one like commandeers and steals away the whole thing. Like all my audio would go away and comes out of the Yeti. And I think that's what's happened is when the Yeti's plugged in, it's done something with the audio where it's overwritten it, whereas plugging the other one in, it tries to act like a normal microphone, and that wasn't working because I dismissed something that it wanted me to user input. Anyway, yeah, so it's a small problem. We've also got this other problem where when you look around, it suddenly zips again, but yeah, we'll ignore that for now. It's also weird that this chunk is like missing a side. It's interesting that all these chunks are missing this side. I don't know what's causing that, because that's definitely a bug. They should not be missing this side. All chunks always miss that? It's interesting. What side is that? Yeah, so I'm just going to move away from spatial stuff. Actually, we'll go back to the to-do list before we go actually editing code. So one thing I want to do is make the texture atlas shape customizable. So when you actually make a material, you specify that it's like this many wide and this many high. This way you don't have to use specifically like this Minecraft one where it's exactly 16 by 16 and I'm specifying, admittedly it probably should stay that way because it implies 256 blocks, but what I'm going to let you do is you can like make an 8 by 8 and you just tell the shader that it's 8 by 8 and it'll do the right math, whereas at the moment you can't have an 8 by 8, it has to be 16 by 16. Then I'm going to do some basic greedy meshing just to continue the optimizations, but I kind of want to get this in like a state that can be used before I go into that. My idea with the greedy meshing is to kind of do like a really rudimentary one. So instead of greedy meshing absolutely everything, I want to greedy mesh sort of like in a naive way of being like, I only have so many bits left to be able to still pack everything into one byte. So if I, instead of like allowing for an entire face to be taken up, if I say like maximum 8 by 8 in a 16 by 16 chunk, means that you can have like four faces make up an entire block rather, or an entire chunk if it's the whole same block, rather than specifying each individual. Why has my brain decided to stop? Yeah, like instead of greedy meshing an entire chunk face, it can only mesh like a quarter of a chunk space, but that should still be a massive improvement because it'll fit what 16? So at the moment 16 by 16. So a face it consists of 256 cubes or 256 squares, and I'm saying let's make it 8 by 8, which would be so we can then like represent 64 with two triangles instead of needing, I thought the other one was 512 triangles. So instead we use it's 8 triangles instead of 512. So I want to kind of add colliders, but I don't know about colliders yet because we run into that issue of do I make it compatible for Rapier or Averon, which I think I should be able to make it compatible for both because I think they both use the same like collider library. Like I think they both use, I want to say it's Rapier's collider library. Like I forget what this is called. Dependencies. Well, apparently it doesn't depend on it, so maybe it doesn't anymore. I could have sworn it used Parry. There it is. So Rapier has a collider library called Parry, which is separate from Rapier itself, so that you can use it in other places. And so Averon uses the Parry as well, which means that in theory, if I export a Parry collider, it should work in either of them. I also want to optimize the size of chunks because at the moment, if we do end up doing this one down here, which is using a vec instead of an array, I can also then do some fancy stuff like if all the blocks in a chunk are the same, I can represent it by a singular value saying, hey, it's the same, versus needing to fill an entire vector with nothing, which would also make meshing faster because I can check, go, hey, it's all the same block, just return a singular big block, which interestingly would also require a little bit of finagling in the bits returned to indicate that like why is my that a block is just solid and therefore like I can just return for the 8 vertices and that and also I could just do things like if an entire layer is the same, I could say, hey, like these are the blocks and then this layer and then these are the blocks. So that should also be able to somewhat optimize that. I'm not entirely sure how I'll go about that yet. So add per face override. So this is at the moment grass. We should probably fix the fucking map. I was gonna fix it, but I kind of need to leave it broken for when I want to fix that. What was it? What was I gonna say? I go back to my checklist. Yeah, per block override. So at the moment, if we go back to the shader, we check specifically, is it block 77? And if it's block 77 and where the top face, we increment the X by 1. This is how the top of the grass is a different texture to the side of the grass is because we specifically check, are we grass? And I don't like the idea of specifically hard coding that, so I want to put a thing in here where, like, in the shader, you can, in the material, you can specify like a sequence of overrides that I can be like, is this one of your overridden blocks? If so, is this one of the overridden faces? If so, add this value to the tile map. That would also, in theory, allow, maybe not. I was thinking it could let block types greater than 255 come in, because you could, in theory, override a block to add up to 255 onto it or something. But that might be a bit too complicated and rife for people just doing things badly when they should implement. Anyway, so that's, yeah, per face overrides. Yeah, swap the chunk ID out for entity, because it doesn't make sense to use chunk IDs in things that aren't a map. So if you wanted to, like, spawn in voxel items, use on add of the, something I've added off stream was a voxel generator, which is the way you indicate to a chunk that it needs to generate. And so it's like adding that component, whereas at the moment it's adding chunk ID, determines if a chunk needs to then generate. Then I want to look into using a generic for the voxel generate. So at the moment we go to somewhere. Mesh manager. Voxel generator. The voxel generator takes in an arc to a function, and that function takes in the chunk ID and returns the chunk data. That's how you generate. All good. Hopefully you get to there. See, like, hopefully it's more stable next time. I'm gonna planning to stream tomorrow and also the whole, like, jam. So I should be doing plenty of streams. I'm just gonna jump into the lounge on this one. Anyway, so back to describing what we're doing today. So yeah, I want to replace. I keep bouncing back and forth. It's driving me insane. Yeah, so at the moment I have an arc to a function that takes in a specifically chunk ID and then returns chunk data, and I want to change this to being a generic to the voxel generator. And then the idea would be that when you go to main and you add the voxel plugin, you'll pass in a generic type, and that generic type will then be used to add the functions that use the voxel generator and, like, all that kind of stuff. So the idea would be use a generic to generate. Okay, use generic in start generation. So that's, okay, here the start generation data. So I want to then, like, take the generic in here, and then you use that as, like, a query parameter to take in the actual data. Add component to indicate chunk. Oh, yeah. So this actually doesn't belong in here. This is an entirely separate point. I was denting in the points that were relevant. So so we want to log an error if an entity doesn't have the component is an idea. I'm not entirely sure, so I'm going to put a question mark at the end. And the other option is to make the generic a requirement. So if I remember correctly, we can call something like app.required register required components. Yeah, so we can say register required components, and we can specify that the generic you pass in is now a required component of the voxel generator. So when you add it and you don't have the required component, it'll generate it with its default values. So that'll be interesting to try and implement that. Then we add a component to indicate that we should use the default voxel generator. So at the moment, if we go back to voxel generator, the voxel generator is both a resource and a component, wherever it is. It's a resource and a component. This means that if you put it in as a resource, I check to see if the resource is there and use that unless a component is present. If the component version is there, I use that as an override. The resource is the generic, like or the default, the fallback. And then if you don't, I think I log an error if you don't have either. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I want a component, since if I use the voxel generator to indicate, hey, you should generate a chunk, then I need a way of saying, hey, you should generate this chunk using the default one. So at the moment that works because adding chunk ID will check to see if it's got a voxel generator and use it. Otherwise, it'll use the default, which means that if we remove chunk ID, we lose that capacity. So we need to add something else. I've been using Bevy since a long time, like 3 or 4 years now. Let's go. If I go back to my YouTube, I want to say I started looking at Bevy at 0.3, maybe 0.4, and then I started making videos 0.6. I'm just going to my channel to see when my like oldest video is. Oh god, I made too many videos. Such a long time ago. The oldest video I have on Bevy was 2022. And I have unlisted videos from 2021 that I was also, I believe, not using Bevy, or I think I was using Bevy at the time. I don't want to open them because it stopped playing, but I don't remember if I was using Bevy or whether I was just learning Rust at that point, but I think I was using Bevy. So it's like December 2021 was when I started using Bevy. So long time I've been using Bevy, but also like on and off, because I used Bevy, did my first 2 videos. I like didn't have a job, so I spent a lot of time, like I was doing lots of Bevy every day, like for ages. Then I got a job and I didn't touch Bevy for like 6 months. So it's not like I've been coding in Bevy for ages, like directly, as much as it's like I've been on and off Bevy for years. We're going to make a spatial component flag and put the chunk ID behind that. So if you are making a map, we'll give you chunk ID and all the like corresponding implementations you would need for doing that. But this is like a later. Maybe we should put this right at the bottom. This is a maybe never thing. This is just something I thought of. Like in theory, you should probably implement all this yourself, because all like the loading and unloading of chunks based on distance, all that is all very bespoke to the specific game that you're making. And allowing dynamic chunk sizes. So at the moment, the chunk size is not only not dynamic, it's fixed by the plugin. I would kind of like to want to make at least generic over the plugin, so you can replace it with like a size when you add the plugin, and that will set everything up. But beyond that, I would also like to make it like the chunk specific is like dynamic. So the way to do that would definitely require moving to a vec, because otherwise you'd have to specify like in a chunk, like every time you wanted to get a chunk piece of chunk data, you'd have to specify in the generics its size so that you could then use an array. So in theory, swapping to a vec would mean that I could just hold an ivec3 or a uvec3 telling me like what size it is, and then when we generate the mesh, we need to take in that data and then iterate through it, which we take in the mesh anyway, the chunk anyway. Then benchmark swapping to that, and then it makes mesh flow. There's a few more things I wanted to add to the list. I just ran out of time because I gave myself half an hour, and like apparently I can never estimate how long it's going to take me to do shit. The AI is just really bad at guessing what I'm trying to write next. It just keeps saying like voxel generator, do this. It's like, no, you're very wrong. I think it's getting confused by the voxel and then like not knowing what that is, so it's just sort of random making shit up. The number of times I've typed in one line and then it's immediately suggested exactly the same line. What else? I got a list on my phone that I tracked down that I was adding. What do we have? So you use array. Check if chunk can be scaled. Okay. Well, the answer is no. Okay, so that's not what it is. It's work if can add singular. No. Well, I guess add whole mesh attribute. Rather than it had it right for a second, but I didn't have, so vertex. Okay, so what I'm going for there is at the moment, chunks don't scale because the shader has no way of knowing that the chunk's been scaled, and it uses world space to work out. So all I need to do, like to fix the tiny chunks here, all I need to do to fix that is go into the actual shader and say, work out the world position, however you do that. I mean, I think we just times it by 2. How do I sample the UV? I think we just multiply UV by 2. Yep. So that, and then it's like times 2. Oh, that was interesting. That's extremely interesting because I'm unaware why it's managed to grab very correct. Is it divide by 2? Maybe that's the problem. Divide by 2. Nope, that didn't seem to work either. So maybe don't fuck with it here. We need to work out where else we're gonna fuck with it. DP, that was a lighting based. I don't know where this fucking value comes from. Oh, that's the lighting value. So we say and then we say the UV is equal to the divide by 60. Okay, we don't want to touch the UV. Y axis. Okay. Well, plus equals 1 is gonna. We just say like axes equals times. I'm sure it's times equals 2. But use the right keys. I'm sure it's times equals 2 because that's all we need to do is we're currently going from 0 to 0.5. Or we need to clamp it as well. Axes dot it equals axes clamp axes to 0 to 1. And then we do the same thing here. Multiply it by 2 and then clamp it between 0 and 1. Now that doesn't seem to have worked either. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing wrong. Wait, take the world position? That would probably work better. I don't get it though, because surely just clamping the axes. So just need to times it by 2. Yeah, I actually have no fucking idea why this isn't working like I was expecting. I would have thought that's all I needed to do. X, Y, Z, X, Y, yep. World normal, world position. I don't think the normals matter. There we go. There we go. Now they're just smaller. So we need to somehow take in that factor there, the multiply by 2. It's like we need to take in the inverse of the square. Inverse of the scale. And hence my comment being, can I pass this in as a whole mesh attribute rather than a per vertex? Because I don't want to specify every vertex has the scale applied to it because that's stupid. And obviously there's a way to do it because the Bevy passes in the transform, like, so it's clearly doing something, like it's a transform's being applied, so I have to be able to extract that out and then convert it back. I have no idea how to access that piece of data. So we'll dig around in the code, we'll work that out, because it's got to be like similar to how the camera is passed in, that kind of thing. Like they're a per run of the shader, not a yeah, I don't know what to call it, instance. Yeah, that's all I've got. Is I just think add scale to material, but that'd be really, really horrendous because it would mean that like you need to know exactly what scale the voxels were going to be at. So instead, it would be nice if I could just grab the scale off of the transform, which I assume is available somewhere. So maybe we should work on that first because that seems like the most critical thing for anyone trying to use the plugin. So somehow I need to work out how the hell you get the camera. So how do you actually access the camera, which is mesh function, mesh position local to world. I'm assuming if I can track down this, which sadly becomes one of those you guys don't get to see because I'm doing it on my other monitor, so I can more easily navigate around while still seeing my code. So we need to go into render and we go, what's it called? Mesh function. Mesh. Mesh function. So mesh position local to world. World from local, which is in. Oh god. Get world from local. So vertex dot instance index. Okay, so it's almost certainly the instance index. So I'm assuming the instance index is like, as opposed to the vertex index, is like this mesh's data. So this is the world we want to go. So it's get world from local. Get world from local. Alpha and 3 to square is mesh, which is a mesh binding mesh. Instance index world from local. Okay. Now, annoyingly, we run into this thing where I'm going to start playing whack-a-mole trying to track something down. So mesh binding. Mesh bindings. And then it was just called something. Back. What was it called? It's just called mesh. It just exports this lowercase mesh. So we got a mesh binding. We just try and track down this lowercase mesh. Oh god, there's just so many instances of it. Mesh layout. It's interesting. Bind group layout. Lighting, skinned, morph, no. Interesting. Because surely this is going to grab the scale and transform at some point. I legitimately have no idea where it's grabbing this thing called mesh from. Mesh with a space after it. Now there's only 3. Yeah. And hilariously, none of them are in here. And this is not that mesh bindings. It's PBR. Aaron Brecken's PBR mesh bindings. Dot mesh. Mesh equals? No, there's no like lowercase mesh here. Okay. But mesh. 3 instances of mesh with nope, they're all got the double. Yeah. So your function. Function. Impulse mesh layout. Where the hell are you pulling mesh from? Entity. Well, that's a module. Mesh layout. Layout entity. I feel like this has to be the wrong place because there's nothing here. Joint size. Is it the shader mesh bindings? Is that where you're pulling it from? Not the RS? That probably makes much more sense. In here, there's just a type called mesh, and then there's a group 1 binding uniform mesh, which is a hash per object buffer batch size. Okay. If per object buffer batch size. Okay. So you have an array of mesh, and then mesh is coming from mesh types. This is probably like really engaging to watch. You probably like have something on screen. Maybe I should just bring the whole thing on screen because it's not like I'm looking at my code. So this is our mesh, and this mesh has world from local, which is matrix transform to 3x4, use Bevy render to square to unpack. Okay. Previous world from local. Okay. Packed in. Okay. Alpine 4x3 matrix transposed to 3x4. Okay, but like, is that what I want? Local from world A. Local use unpack that to okay. Bits in a field indicating various options. Use a 32-bit. Okay. Wait, do I get to set these flags? Like, these is a bits field indicating various options, but like it doesn't specify what they are. So does that mean that I get to set these? That'd be really nice. Current skin index material map tags. User specified index to identify the mesh instance. Okay. And then pad. All right. So I want to know how this is fucking set. I don't think I have a way of getting access to this. Group 1 binding 0 mesh. Now, how does Bevy set this group 1 binding 0? I'm assuming if we go into our simple shader, like we can as shader location 0. So this is us binding to our layout. But at this point, we are bind group 2, I believe. What is it? Personally, yeah, group 2 binding 0. So, and then the mesh is completely slipped from my brain. It was group 1. Where did I fucking find it? Now I've lost the plot. Oh, yeah, there it is. Group 1 binding 0. So I don't know how Bevy specifies these groups, all these bindings, and I don't know if I should touch them, but I am curious if that mesh will let me scale things. I mean, it's possible. Maybe not though. Like, I don't know where Bevy sets this mesh. I don't have to search all the code for it, but somewhere. I guess we just search inside render for I wonder, can we set? First off, I want to see if I can somehow get access to something that says group 1. Group 1. Okay, so morph weights, morph targets, preview. Okay, but where are we setting all of this? Joint materials, which is group 1 binding 1. The mesh is group 1 binding 0. Mesh to RS. Oh. Someone wrote something in a comment. Oh. Bit flags. Mesh pipeline key. Nope, we want to say group. Again, probably should bring this on screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. Group 1. Okay, there we go. Per object buffer batch size. Okay, so this is the mesh pipeline. So where we use, we find where this is used. Nope. I need to copy you, paste you. Okay, so it's used a lot of times. All right, so starting from the top, if let some mesh shader defs push. Okay, shader def value uint. Says something somewhere. Okay. Binding render face plugin, opaque pipeline, new debug flags. So somewhere. Load shader app mesh types. Mesh rendering plugin. Forward IO. Well, it then embeds asset mesh.wgsl, which let's I need like more of these because I want to stay there on this one, but I want to go back on this one so I can go back to that piece of code that I had open somewhere. Mesh.wgsl. The fuck does this contain? Weird stuff apparently. Fragment. This is, I guess, for if it doesn't find anything. All right. Okay, so the handle of the shader, the mesh render pipeline. So we're trying to find, I guess, technically where this is used, but not really. Batch size. Per object buffer batch size. I don't think that's actually what we want. I want to know when you actually stick data into the mesh. So I guess I'm looking for something that's like 0, like the number 0, which is going to apparently turn up a lot, obviously, because it's a very common number. How many textures are allocated to the view bind group layout group 0 before? Okay, no, but we don't want group 0. We want group 1, I believe. Somehow. Where do you actually set mesh binding? Load the mesh binding shader module here as it is on the runtime information about where the storage buffers are supported or the maximum buffer binding size. Okay. Mesh uniform from world local to the vec4 by 3. Okay. Well, this is the actual information, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so where do you come from? I think you are what I need to be searching for. I need mesh uniform. Alright, so they can't, much less fucking uses of mesh uniform. Okay, so whether we're building mesh uniforms on GPU. Okay. Insert resource, well, init resource, pre-processing, batch instance buffers. Okay. Mesh input uniform. Okay. So okay, no some if batch size, okay, and then there's the actual definition. Okay, information that has to be transferred from CPU to GPU in order to produce the full mesh uniform. This is essentially a subset of the fields in above. Okay, so I believe this is probably what's actually getting extracted. Timestamp. Okay, so impl uniform new mesh transforms. Where's this mesh transforms? World location, previous world from local, and alpha. Okay, I keep going down. Where did you come from? get batch data. This is all batching, which I don't think is correct. Is there another spot that it's used? There's apparently 2 spots that it's used. So spot 1 is get batch data, and then this one is get binned batch data. Okay. Apparently not. Okay, starting at the top. Not relevant, not relevant, not relevant. Nope. 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 Wait, maybe. No, that's an error message. Extract meshes from GPU builder. Okay, interesting. Collect meshes from GPU builder. Okay, so this all seems to be like only relevant if it's actually on the GPU. Who are you? Nope. Buffer data. Get batch. Okay, so mesh pipeline. Then these are the news. Prepare mesh bind group. Okay. Mesh, and then back at the top. Okay, so it goes somewhere. One of these. Mesh uniform. No, I think it's higher than that. Is that this one? Mesh input uniform. So then this is used a bunch of times. Batch instance buffers. Mesh instance uniform. The index. Okay. The number of frames on which this was built. This is used to validate the values. If this wasn't updated this frame, then we know that neither the mesh transform nor of its joints have been updated this frame, and therefore transforms of both these meshes and its joints must be in the previous frame. Okay. The index of the in the buffer. Okay. Okay, so update. This is very confusing. Wait, I'm just trying to work out because I'm assuming I can just tack something else onto the bind group if I can find it. Wait, translation. Translation. Query data. Data that meshes in similar systems needed in order to place entities that contain meshes in the right place. Mesh. Shared mesh. Mesh asset ID, mesh binding, flags, light tags. Okay, don't care. Damn it. So transform. Okay. Extract meshes from builder. Change mesh query per iterate each. Random mesh query borrow. Borrow local mute. Okay. And then it's back at the top. Okay, so we want to look for something that's in the order of just the word mesh. Well, that turns up a lot. I don't think I can make this case sensitive. What about ampersand mesh? No. There's a mesh 3D, which has a handle tool mesh from GPU builder. That's interesting. Okay, from CPU builder. So mesh 3D is probably the best thing to search for then, because that kind of implies that at some point it's taking in global transform. Extract mesh from CPU builder. Extracts mesh from the main world into the render world, populating the render mesh instance. This is the variant of the system that runs when you're not using GPU builder. Okay. So you have extract query. So empty global transform. Previous global transform. Mesh tag has no frustum culling. Well, this is a very confusing query. What is this has does? I don't know. The fetcher apparently. Okay. Visibility, range, interesting. So we extract the global transform, which is what I actually care about, because it's global transform will contain the scale. So then what the hell do you do with it and where do you put it? So we're looking for the mesh queries. So for each iteration of the mesh queries, we extract and then it's transform. So we want. Nope. Okay, we're gonna go here. We're gonna say copy this. I want to be able to find everywhere you use this fucking transform. Okay, so previous transform. So we go here and here. Okay. From mesh flags from component. What the hell? Okay. What? Mesh, what the fuck? Okay. So you're setting some kind of flag, which indicates that I probably shouldn't be touching the flags because you actually do seem to be using them for something. Let me go like right back up at the top. Thank you. No. Yeah, good, please. Okay, so transform, mesh transform. Right, we already looked at this, didn't we? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, mesh transforms. Okay, yeah. Is this the mesh uniforms? Okay. Okay. From components, no, that was the weird token sets the flags. Okay. Render mesh instance CPU, no. Okay. Wait, the current transform. World from local. So wait, it's a world from local. The current transform. World from local. Alpha. Like that's what. So does that get stuck somewhere? Like world from local. I don't know if Alpha 3D is. Okay, scale, rotation, chars, and other non-translation affine transforms. Okay. Interesting. I have to go back because I've lost it. Transform. Okay. Oh god. Go down. So it's the word from local apparently. We just need to get that word from local affine. Okay. Let's just somehow work out how we extract translation from that, which is going to be fun. Okay. So from GPU render mesh, previous transform. From the CPU for previous transform. Transform is some mesh. I learnt Rust first, but only like slightly. So we go Rust book. So I got distracted. I wasn't looking at chat. Every time I looked over there, so there were 0 people here. So I was like, okay, I don't have to look at chat very much. Yeah. So this is the Rust book, and I read through the Rust book doing like each individual section, like the hello world, programming the guessing game. So much so that if you actually go to my itch, the guessing game is actually uploaded there. And I don't remember where I got to. I talked about this in the last stream. I got to the bit about enums. I think it's enums and pattern matching. I think I got to out here, and I think this is where I stopped reading through the Rust book, and I just learned from Bevy. Like I just, sort of worked way through the book as it introduced different topics and stuff like that. I didn't specifically go looking for any tutorials or anything. I kind of just taught myself. I watched some stuff, but only what YouTube recommended me. Like, I think there's a channel called like Let's Get Rusty, and that personally, I don't like these videos because they're a little bit clickbaity. Like, there's the whole like, oh, lifetimes demystified, and then the video like does not really explain lifetimes as well as you would expect for someone trying to claim that they've made lifetime simple. It's like, not really. Like, but maybe it's just because like I've never been confused by lifetimes, but it seems like a lot of people are, and I think it's because they're coming from other languages. Whereas if you start with Rust, lifetimes aren't actually very confusing. because it's something that you're just always thinking about. Obviously, I get stuck sometimes, but like when I get stuck, it's almost always because I'm doing something wrong. But it's also because I haven't learnt patterns and techniques that that would otherwise break the lifetime rules. That have to make sense. Like a lot of the things that people like know from C may be just intrinsically wrong in Rust's perspective. And I think I was watching Zoding, and he basically said you could get around the borrow checker because you just store everything in a vector, and then you just keep an index into that vector, and then your borrow checker doesn't care. It doesn't know that that's an index into that vector, and so you can have like invalid memory and all that because it's just pointing to somewhere in that vector that fuck knows if anything else has touched it. But because you're not using Rust type system anymore, you're just indexing into a vector. It has no way of borrow checking, and so the borrow check is like really easy to get around. But it's also like defeats the whole point of the borrow check in the first place because it can't read about any code. Pretty well from local. Okay, so I think it's this world from local, and I'm pretty sure the world from local is just literally stuck on. Like I think if we go to this mesh here, the that's a render mesh. No, we want the mesh bindings. We just have access to the world from local, if I remember. So, no, this one. We have this mesh, which it's too broken up. It's so annoying that I have to jump through like half a dozen times. World from local, right? And now I have to annoyingly go back. This doesn't seem like the right file. Maybe world from local. Spell correctly from local. Okay, so where did we make this? There, nope. Yeah, okay. Where the hell? I'm sure this is what it's called. World from local. Yeah. Okay, so world from local, and then we can access world from local, which I believe is what we're actually doing inside our shader at the moment. Nope. One of these, not like the, how many calculators do I need open? Jesus Christ. So we go here, we go, okay. So somehow we extract get world from local. I feel like this is the actual function we're trying to track down. Get world from local. So we actually want the local, is the boring part about that. So we need to track down this. So that's in like mesh functions, and then we want to go get world from local. Okay, so then this just calls alpine to square. Okay, and then mesh world to local. Okay, so what type do you return? A mat 4x4 F32. Oh god, I'm gonna have to look up how this actually works. Alpine 3. I have to actually work out. Is oh god, there's a Bevy. Okay. Okay, well, transpose. Okay, so reduced size version of Glam's Alpine A3. Okay, for use when storage has significant performance impacts. Converting is to do non. Okay. Right. Scale, rotation, shears, and other non-transform Alpine transforms. Translation. Okay. So we convert it to a square, but like, I need to work out what value in that 4x4 matrix. Alpine to square. Okay, where is that coming from? That's coming from Bevy render math. Okay, stop opening that. Please get help bring that back. What did I do? What did I press? Please get help. No. Okay, it's back. Okay, so something I'll find a square which is coming from Bevy renderer math. Wait. It's called maths. So we're in render. Wait, this is not the PBR? Is it like the Bevy render is its own thing, isn't it? Renderer, Bevy renderer, yes, and then math. I did that. I don't see anything called view renderer. Maybe not. Mesh. It's one of these. So there's a bindless, color options, and maths. Okay, alpha and 2 to square, alpha and 3 to square. Transpose. Okay, so alpha and 0, alpha and 1, alpha and 2, and then so that the okay. That was alpha and 3 to square that we were looking for, I believe. Alpha, yep, alpha and 3 to square. Okay. Go back to our math, and let's actually copy this out so I can try and reason about what the hell it's doing. So it's grabbing alpha and 1, so it's grabbing 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, and 2. Okay, so we go back to our shader. Let's just put this bit of code so I can easily read it while looking at it. So it needs to be commented out because doing that's going to be a silly idea. All right, so return transpose. I don't know what transpose is doing, but we pass in alpha and 0, 1, and 2, which isn't that like all the information inside of you? Like you take in a 3 by 4. So it's 1, 2, and 3. Okay. But where did you actually get that from? World to local. But then how did you encode that? I have to go back to Bevy and go. Bevy had that like it's alpha and transform is what it was called. Alpha. I don't know if I can remember what it's called. Okay. This is the issue with doing stuff looking at the GitHub, is that it's very confusing to go back. So to work out what that type is in the mesh type. Euro map. Okay, so then we have to go back to here. Oh god. It was render renderer mesh. Then we wanted to go something like get world. No, we want transform. World from local. World from local. How did we get this? Okay, fine. So we have to transform with the global transform. Okay, and then you return an alpha and 3. Okay. Okay. So. If we just go here, we're gonna go like fn. We'll just call it test. And we're gonna say test needs to take in, I guess, a query or a camera. Sure. Single. We want a global transform. Transform with camera. We're just gonna get like input. Res, not input anymore. It's but input. This is the problem with ChatGPT or like any of the fucking code things, is that they use the wrong versions. Anyway, if input, press spacebar. Yeah, put me the camera transform. Wait, what? No. Dot. I'll find. So returns the 3D alpine matrix. So when I click you, what do you actually return? You just return self.0, which is interesting because it implies that global transform is nothing but this, which is just a matrix 3, which is x-axis, y-axis, z-axis. What the fuck? So when I call like transform, if I said like transform from scale, let's say, and let's go like vec3 1 times, so that would give us a scale of 2. But then if I said dot alpha, wait, no, global, no, what is the function? Compute alpha? I mean, that sounds right. I don't know how I compute a global. Interesting. I guess we just compute alpha, and then we look in here. What the hell do you do? From scale rotation transform. Translation. So scale rotation translation. Okay, and then we say that rotation dot x axis y axis. Okay, so the rotation from so mat 3. Okay, quite yep. Okay, so well, they're just multiplied by the scale. They're rotating the rotation axes by the scale, and I don't. That's a little too deep for me. But so that does mean that the first 3 of you are in fact just the scale rotation, the XYZ. So you're just three numbers, right? You're just, what? You think? Nope, they're vec3s, which is even more confusing. So you're a 128-bit number. 1, -1. But so vec3a are used for storage on supported platforms for better performance. And the vec3 type, it is possible to convert to vec3 to vec3a, and no. Okay, so splat, right. And then when I splat you, I'm assuming, yeah, you'll just put v in all 4 of them. Okay, so you're 4 dimensions, and then you're a 4, so it's 4 dimensions. Right, and then at some point it calls like transpose or something stupid. This is getting too convoluted. Okay, so from what local, okay, this world local stuff. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is just what we're setting it to, which is just calling alpha. Okay, so we have to work out what Bevy's doing. So to convert this to an alpha, it's literally just setting the scale. Don't we compute alpha? We just set the scale as the first 3 values. Right. Okay. I should probably write something down and then I'll keep remembering it. But yeah. So then we go the mesh type. So you hold vec 3 by 4. Which is what's confusing me. So it's holding 3 by 4 vectors. But in here, when we go up to the bottom, when we do this, we call alpha, which is a global transform alpha. So the global transform alpha just returns self.0 because a global transform is nothing but a vector 3. Okay, but this is what's confusing me, is that's this consists of four fours, right? But then when this is not the right, that's right. But then we call alpha in here, and then mesh translation. Wait, oh, okay, wait. No, okay. So that's the word. Look, so we call from alpine dot into, and then we have to work out what type. You're an alpine 3, which alpine 3 isn't that? Wait. So is this where I'm getting confused? Because this is an alpine 3A. So let A equal, okay, and then we say A, let B, which is just going to equal A dot into. Okay, so we just say into, right? But then we have to specify that you are actually a fine 3, which is a Bevy math type apparently. So let's qualify Bevy math affine 3. So when I say you're an affine 3, the fuck? Okay. Which makes you three vec 3s. Okay. That's even more confusing, to be honest. Alright, so all I really care about, right, is adding test here and just app dot add system test. No, we want to add it to update, and we want it to be in test. So the fun thing about this is the camera is constantly going to have different rotations based on how we look, which should apparently that's broken the syntax highlighting. Weird. So what do I need to do? So because the camera's going to constantly be changing, if I every time I hit wait, no, bind it to spacebar. Oh, it's fucking not smart. Every time I hit spacebar, it's going to print out the camera's position. And what I'm hoping is that there's a really obvious like bunch of ones because the camera is not scaled, which is probably not going to be the case. So we got -1, 1, -1, but I'm pretty sure if I turn 180 degrees, which I have no idea if I'm at actually. Now we have no idea. Right. Yeah. Well, first off, I wanted this to be. So first off, we can get rid of this now. We can just say camera dot affine dot into, and then we print B. B. Ooh, interesting. You're saying you don't have a. Right, can I just like dereference it? I have to dereference it before calling into. Thank you. Maybe no. Why? What are you complaining about? You're saying that the trait bound Bevy math alpine 3 is not satisfied. When I call alpine, you wait, but it was working before. Weird. From. Wait, what? What do you fucking mean? Wait, so you're saying Bevy math alpine 3 implements from a reference to a Bevy math alpine A, but because this isn't a reference, I can't do that? The fuck is your problem? The opposite. Okay. Wait, you don't. Does not implement debug. Okay. Do I have access to your? I just want to print out your matrix 3, please. Scale, rotation, shear, and other transform. Okay. I be honest, should probably pick something. First off, let's make this like F12. But I should also just like hold the local and then increment the local around and like work out what the actual effect of changing the scale is. But because I'm currently doing the scale and the rotation, means it's going to be really hard to track down exactly what values represented with what. In reality, it shouldn't be that hard to actually know how to transform back, but yeah, I don't know. See, the issue is like I don't know how to fucking debug from a shader. Like I don't know how to get it to print out the information that it would actually contain. So if I go back to my code here and I hit F12, you print out what is basically this one. See, what's interesting is one in like every vector. And then if I go look this way, if I hit F12, the issue is that it's a different. The one's in a different position based on what my rotation is, which the fact that the scale just multiplies it makes me wonder if maybe it's summed them all together. No, because that sums to more than one. How the hell do I extract the fucking scale out of you? Yeah. Just okay. But how? So first off, we want to go alpha and 3. Reduce size version of yep. For use in storage, scale rotation shear, but to transpose. Calculates the transpose affine X matrix 2 or 3 format for packing into GPU buffers. Okay. So I think transpose literally just moves it because it's saying that like there's a 3x4 as a thing that a GPU is designed to hold, but it's a 4x3 which is not designed to hold. So we literally just inverse transpose 3x3, calculate the inverse transpose of a 3x3 matrix formatted for packing on the GPU. Okay, don't care. I need to work out how the hell I convert you back into a transform. Looking at this, it's all just a bunch of stuff that's like generic to everything. So auto traits, blanket implementations. Yeah, so there's no impl type. Okay. So let's see if we can work out how to turn it back. So we have B, and then we're going to be like, let B, let T equal B dot, what the hell functions do I have access to? Apparently I can just get the translation. Okay. To transpose, don't care. Can I say like transform from alpha? No, from matrix. We can give it a mat4 matrix from matrix mat4. So I'm assuming that the alpha has a mat3. So if I said let m equal b dot the matrix 3 to transpose, transpose gives us a vec3. So what if I said Bevy math alpha a b dot into. I don't actually know what you actually do. I'm assuming you just tack some extra data on somehow, but that seems to have worked. And then we can say let e, I guess, equals m dot is NAND inverse matrix 3 to scale to scale transform rotation. To scale rotation translation. Okay, wait, that's very interesting. So transform point, transform, W axes. Okay. So I'm assuming it's the fact that it's missing the W axes. Like they must recalculate it, hence the value is already funky, is because it's like holding the values but in a specific way. Okay, so you have a 2 scale transform, but M doesn't, right? Like, no, not M, B dot to transpose, right, to dynamic, okay. Yeah, so you don't have any way of transforming back. So I'm curious, if I go here and I go, you implement from, okay. Well, apparently we can just convert it into a mat4. I don't remember how it's just file card. I don't remember. I'm not going to bother with that. Affine. Right, that's how that's spelled. Just okay. So apparently you have no from affine, which is very confusing because that kind of implies that this one must have an into. No. From. Well, you implement some froms. Okay. I'm trying to work out what your intos actually do though. So what I'm very confused about is that you implement a lot of froms. But that's a lot of function froms. Oh, we want capital F from. So there's from a, okay. So I'm quite confused how there's an implementation. What the fuck? So you have one from implementation? And it, do you have a into implementation? I'm assuming not, because from stronger, if I remember, into. You have an into, and I'm 90% sure you don't have an into. Yeah, which is very confusing how these types are converting between each other when they don't implement the right traits to convert between. How? There has to like I'm certain that you into you implement into import into return. What the fuck is import return? Into return, a trait type that can be converted into a return. Okay, no. Okay. Well, too far back. Okay. What I need to track down is how the hell. Okay, it's impulse from for this. Okay, but where is this implemented source? That worked. Okay, so right. Wait, this is just both the implementations back and forth. Maybe I just missed it because it's identical like that. Yeah, it's because they're symmetric and it confused me. Okay, so you just call. Wait, what? You call matrix 3. Wait. Do they both just have it called matrix 3? There's no. Wait, you just call it matrix. Why is it called matrix 3? It's not. Okay, and now I need to work out where mat3a. I'm assuming you implement from. Yeah, from mat3, and then you m. So there's an m3 into a vec3a. Oh god. So what are we doing with converting u? So we turn u into u, which is then so we have to from wait, if two implements are from? Oh, okay. From mat3 for mat3a. Okay, so if we have a mat3, how do we convert it? So to go like to you, I guess, and then we say, hey, your implementation of from you just okay, but how do we convert it? vec3a. You have 14 implementations of from, so that's going to be a pain in the ass. Okay. From vec3. Okay. So wait. What? Z dot v. What? What? Union cast a, which is what? What the fuck? Okay, so they just duplicate the z value into the other spot is apparently what it does. Right. So that would imply that if I said like, so we want to like print line that, and then we want to print m. We also want to like not do that. I kind of wish I could specify that you only go to so many points of decimal location, but okay, who cares? Then we're just going to say print those for me. Dot matrix 3 dot matrix 3. Okay, so well, apparently b can't be converted. Is this because it's that dumb thing it needs to be a reference? No. Okay, well this at least makes it makes no sense, but consider borrowing here. Okay. I think it's borrowing here. Okay. So only a reference can... Okay, so in theory, when I print both of these out, it should print the same values with the z duplicated. Like it should always be the same. The n2 values should be the same. So then we can work out how it fucking... Oh god, I forgot to put that behind the gate of... Did I press the key? Okay, so every frame of this video. So anyway, so the mat3a says that it's this. That's even more confusing because you can clearly see that the value is not there. What? But it's also different, isn't it? Like no, wait, they are the same. Yeah, they are the same. They are the same. X, Y, Z axis. So they are in fact identical. So I'm very confused about what the hell this union thing was doing. Because when we call into here, we say here and we say, wait, no, you don't implement it. It's the other one. For some reason, they're both implemented here. This is probably a foreign type thing. Okay, so you implement from, and then you call. Okay, so that means we need to go like you. I think we actually want the other one anyway. From. So then we go here, and we go you. There we go. You implement from. We go okay. When I call from vec3 from this, we pass this. Wait, well that's. Wait, no, we went from you to. Okay, so we want you from vec3. This is the bit. Okay, I was confusing myself because you pulled some weird bullshit, but that's not actually what we want. That is definitely some weird bullshit though. Wait, what? No, this is what we want, isn't it? We call new. Oh god, now it's gone again. Wasn't here? Is this? And we went this. And we went okay. You. We want from. Right. From vec3. Okay, this is making this from a vec3, and we just call new, and then we just duplicate the z, and for some reason, it just doesn't care. Why is the z never printed out? I'm assuming because it's just always the same. Okay. That is very confusing to me. So Victoria. Very, very confusing. So you obviously implement display. So display it just puts, well, P somewhere. F right P. Right. That confuses me even more because then P. Oh, it's precision. F. Huh. That's cool. Okay, so we say precision. Yeah. Okay. So it only prints out X, Y, Z is what the conclusion is. But that also tells me that I can actually go 0, 2, 2. And then I need to put these in here. Okay. So interestingly, they are the same value. And then we want to say like print line. Well, no. M dot was it 2 scale 2 scale rotation transform. Okay, we want to print that, and that says this is a okay. Let scale rot translation. Okay, equal, yep, okay. And then I want to go here, and we just want to go like, hey, can you just print scale? Thank you. Yeah, okay, we can probably just underline these. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Let's leave them here. But I'm getting very sidetracked on something that I could have probably skipped here. So anyway, how do you fucking do it? So create math that so self.matrix3.determinant returns determinant of self. Okay, I don't know what that is. So assume that I don't know what a glam assert is, but okay. So determinant can't be 0. Then scale is signum, which I don't fucking know what that is. Okay, so we can just take the x, y, and z, and then they get their length. Okay, and we have to multiply the x's length by signum determinant, but the other two are just okay. So looking at this, so it's the length of this, and the length of this, and then the length of this, but we have to, we only care about getting the scale out. For some reason we have to inverse scale. What? Oh, because we need the inverse scale for calculator rotation, but I don't care about rotation. So, right, I don't think this does anything. This is an assert, so it shouldn't change this way. Okay, so we can take the length of matrix x, y, and z. Okay, so when I do that inverse thing, which is the x, y, z, so I'm assuming when it packs it in, it's x, y, z, and then translation. And hence translation is just translation. So I need to work out this math signum, and I need to determine it. Okay, so math signum. What the hell is math signum? F32 signum. What the hell is signum? Method returns a new number or does not mutate the original value. Okay. Oh, that's must use in okay. If self is nan, self.nan, okay, else 1 copy sign returns a number composed of the magnitude of self and the sign of what? Of sign. Okay. Equal to self if sign is of self and sign are the same. Otherwise equal to negative self if self is NAND. Then a NAND with the same payload as self and sig bits. Wait, what? And the sign bit of sig is returned. If sig is NAND, then the operation will still carry over its sign into the result. Doesn't assume any meaning of it is just not guaranteed. The fuck? So copy sig. So assert equal. So f is 3.5. Copy sign negative f copy. Okay. So signum just copies. So it just sets the value to 1 while maintaining the sign. Okay. And then well, that's when you call signum. Okay. And when we call math signum, so the determinant. Okay, so if the determinant's negative, we use negative x. If the determinant's positive, we use positive x. That's what I'm getting from that. Okay, so I should rewrite this down. So we need to be all like somewhere in here. So I mean, I think this is fine because we scale the mesh itself. It's literally only in the world position, so we might need to pass that out somehow because we only have access to the world in here. So we need to be like something like calc. Scale. Okay, so interesting. I'm wondering how much of this the fucking thing can do. So we're gonna write some pseudocode. So we're gonna say that the scale we need to let depth equal calculate determinant. Okay, so then, well, scale is not equal to the AI is just really making shit up now, but it's interesting that it's actually doing something that in my head it's probably actually not very wrong. It's just weird. Really funny if the AI is more on top of this than I am, because the AI actually knows what it's like. Yeah. Anyway, I need to like close like all of these. Wait, save. Thank you. So we need to reopen this one, and we need to reopen like main where I was fucking around with this, and then work out from there. So this one, this is where we were. Okay. So double click you to keep you up. Okay. So we need to like double click you. Okay, cool. So what it does is it calculates the determinant. So we need to calculate. So 1, calculate the determinant of the affine matrix. Okay, right. And then the scale 2. If is negative, if so, okay, is the determinant negative? If so, negate the scale. No, negate x of scale. Okay, 3. Set the scale. No. 3. X. Because are you multiplying? Yeah. Okay. X equals len of the first column of the affine matrix. Y is equal to the second column. Okay. And then actually, technically, these should be in a different order. But I want to say like 3, 2, 4. Okay, 3, 2, 4, 5. So it's x is equal to the length of the first column of the affine matrix. If the determinant negative is so, then negate the x of the scale. Okay. Then y is equal to, okay. So I believe this get world will just return me a vec 4x4, something like that. So I need to somehow work out what the hell that value is. Okay, so determinant, wait, what? Okay, self dot x-axis dot self dot x-axis cross y-axis. Okay, they're the affine 3. Okay. So in here we're gonna say the determinant. I'm curious if that's a real function that I can call, but okay, determinant equals the dot dot of z cross xy. Okay, x cross y. Yeah, right. So I don't want a cross product is either. Okay. So my curiosity is entirely on when I get this, I get like a 4x4 matrix. If oh, the fuck, it's complaining. Yeah, okay. So we have to go back to the hell that is the source code. Where you go, you world transform alpha and 3. Okay, so when you stick you in, I'm sure at some point we convert you. So you're a vec 4x3, but from what I understand, like from reading all that horrible code, is here when we say into, when we convert you to an alpha, well, we just grab their vec4s. Okay, and then their vec4 should just, for some reason the final value is just always equal to z, which is fascinating to me. World from local. Okay. That's the previous. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. So. When do we actually send this to the shader? Is my primary question here. At some point, we have to be sending this to the shader. Inverse. What the fuck is this? World mesh. Okay, so mesh translations. Okay, to transpose, and I'm pretty sure to transpose is what converts it to the like the 3x4, whatever it needs to be to go into the shader, and then that. So in theory, like to transpose, and then when we go to mesh functions. A Phoxel is just the name of the actual like crate. Like when I release it as a plugin, it's the plugin is called Phoxels, but it's just a voxel engine. It's someone suggested as a name in the like first stream, I think it was. They said like you should call the voxel engine Phoxels. So we both agreed that puns are the best way to name things. So that's it. It's just a pun. Okay, world from. Okay, so I'm 90% this transpose is what converts between. So when we go like mesh functions, when we get it back, we call alpha into square, which I'm if I rendering math. Oh God, rendering. Where's the math? Rendering. Math. Okay, alpha into square, which we call transpose. Okay, so call transpose. And where's transpose coming from? It's coming from like an actual built-in function, I believe. So that tells me that we transpose it in, we transpose it out, which means that they should be in the right orientation. And it just sets them all to 0 and 1. Okay, so then we say alpha in 1, 2, and 3, which is kind of hilarious that the... Wait, what? Wait, does the translation come from somewhere else? I'm very confused now. Anyway, so that's our XYZ, which is obviously 1, 2, and 3, I assume. I'm assuming that I need all of them. Can ignore the W, can ignore the W, can ignore the W, can ignore the W, and then the Z's and the W's shall cancel out. Okay, so I think that means that something apparently I've broken in here. Oh, yeah, it's complaining about that. All right, so I don't know how the types work, and it's really annoying me that see, annoying. I have to like get rid of all these imports so that the IDE works again. So to calculate the determinant, let's just see if we can actually just say let determinant equal determinant. See, it's interesting. It's an actual function that we can call, and then we can just say like in world from location. World from local. Okay. All right. Wait, what? I don't know why we create it here and then reassign it here, but we'll just, okay. Anyway. I'm assuming it's because I copy pasted from somewhere else. Okay. So that gives us the actual determinant, and then we can say that like let x, I guess, var scale equals vec 3 f32 1. Okay. So first things first, just run this and go. We want to be able to see stuff change in the game as we go. So having our shader be able to pass. Okay, so we need to be able to pass our scale across the shader, which first off, apparently we've absolutely busted the shader. Oh, that's interesting. Unknown identifier. Why is that an unknown identifier? It's this, isn't it? No, apparently that's the AI, wasn't it? Because I didn't copy paste it. I thought I copy pasted it. I didn't. Okay, so come down here and go, oh, look, they look all correct, but that's because I'm artificially scaling them. So I need to pass scale across. So voxel output needs a scale. I don't know if this is one of those locations where I need to worry about the amount of data that I'm transferring across. Like scale. Oh, well, okay. Location. This location 3. I don't know what this visible range is all trying to bullshit me about. This is scale, which is going to be a vec3 f32. Okay, thank you. So our scale, and then we come down here and we say somewhere our out. Where do we define our out? At the top. Cool. So we can go down here and we can say out.scale is equal to that, right? Which is still compiling, good. So we can come up here and we can say, how the hell did I work this out? Okay, so I multiplied by, okay, and it's scaled at a half. So hilariously, we're gonna have to invert our scale, but that should be fine. So we're gonna go something like, was it? It's in dot. Wait, that what? Vertex out. Yeah, okay. In dot scale dot y, and then in dot scale dot z, and then in dot scale dot z and x, like so, and go. You're still compiling, and then that should break all these textures again. Cool. So because we're just setting the scale to 1, and so we've got a determinant, and we say okay, so we can say like out dot x equals in world location from location. I'm assuming if I say yeah, and yeah, so this should make the textures significantly worse because oh no, doesn't like that. Do I have to call it like cut, paste? Is it like this? Because it doesn't like calling functions. Like this is that annoying thing of like I'm writing shader code, which means it's all fucking different syntax to Rust. Is that gonna work? No, it says right, because it's dot scale. Copy that. We're gonna go paste that. I go and I go, hey, that compiled. Okay, so did that make it even worse? It seems to have made it even worse because it's even smaller. Okay. Did the actual blocks? Okay, the blocks didn't get any smaller. The texture representation got larger on them, right? Which is good because that means that we actually want it to be 1 divided by. Now, it'd be better to actually work out how the hell I calculate the inverse correctly, but like a way of calculating the inverse that doesn't require a reciprocal, like or a divide, or how it. Because we can't just multiply by 1, we have to divide by a half. Yeah. Okay. Well, that seems to have fixed the scale issue, which is pretty amazing. Fix that tearing issue eventually. So So we just calculate scale like this, and I need to do something like, are any of them actually broke? I still haven't worked out why the hell this face is missing. My assumption is that in my code, it won't be this code, but in my I gotta work out which face it is anyway. Yeah, so anyway, there's something about we needed to invert. Let's put these in the actual correct spot. So Z, Y, X, and then we say if determinant, calculate X. Yeah. Wait, scale needs to be first. There we go. And we say, no, it can be done at the top. Yeah, calculate scale. And we say, okay, if determinant is negative, yeah, okay, cool. I don't think that changed absolutely anything. But that seems to be what Bevy's doing, so I'm going to keep doing that. All right, now I'm going to work out why this face is missing. Like, the question is it's not missing on every block. It's only missing on stone, which is bizarre. But it's not even only on stone. It's like, it's just, oh, God. What the hell is breaking? I need to really work on that. Okay, let's just fix that. So I suspect that that has something to do with this. I think it's buffering frames, because I distinctly remember, like, if I hold forward and I let go of forward, I'll keep moving for a second, and I suspect what's happening is because I've got VSync turned off. No, it's still doing it. That's interesting. What the hell is causing this? Because I thought I'm multiplying my movement by... Oh, this is change speed. Player look. Time. I multiply my mouse movement by delta time. I don't get it. Like, something is causing it to scale like really high, and then it just glitches out. Like, it's not liking lots of things coming into view all of a sudden. Like, it's really bad if I fly up. I'm gonna actually modify my code because this will make this much easier. Somewhere we have like change speed. Yeah. If input dot pressed key code shift left shift left, then okay, so we're going to go something like let mute power equals 1. Okay, and then we say power, sure, let's say equals like 5, and then we're going to say if input dot just press no, this is left, alt left, and we're going to say power times equals 10. Okay, like that. Fine, we'll times equals u as well, just to show. Okay, fair enough. So then we're going to say well, first off, let's just go times power, and then you're also times power, and you're also times power. Okay, cool. Don't clamp it between infinity, please. So that should mean that if I do something along the lines of, did I say alt or control? Alt. Okay. If I say shift alt, I should move really fast now. Wait, what? Is it not multiply? What was the key? I'm sure it was multiply. Player. Numpad multiply. So shift alt multiply. Why? Oh, there we go. Now we are moving fast. Okay. So it does not like moving large chunks of stuff off screen onto screen. See, I keep having this like flick that happens when lots of stuff enters the screen, and I don't know why. Interesting. The only thing I can think is to clamp the amount that the player is allowed to turn, but I would like you to do you have an input? I don't think so. I think you just always okay. So I'm gonna say read some key codes. I'm gonna say if input dot pressed key code. Let's say F10. F10. Then please print line mouse movement. No. Okay, man. Then we're gonna run. Okay, I'm still very confused on what the fuck is going on. So the idea is if I do my shift alt multiply, fly up away. There's chunks it misses because they didn't finish generating in time. And then that's actually they should. That implies my my priority code's not working properly because they should. Anyway, yeah. So we're gonna go. If I hold F10, it's gonna start printing the average mouse delta, which is apparently 0, 0, 27, 37, 10, 10, 10. Okay. So like it very much does jump really high. See, it goes to like 10, 20, 17, 17, 5. Right. But wait a second. Wait. I'm doing the calculating sensitivity. Yep. I kind of feel like this needs to be the opposite. No, I'm kind of. Because I'm multiplying by delta time. And so what's happening is that the frame is taking longer. And I'm doing more steps because the frame took longer. Like the mouse is moving at a constant speed. And the frame suddenly takes twice as long. Then twice as many steps are registered and at twice the okay, I suspect that's the problem. Is apparently you don't want your mouse sensitivity scaled by time, which fucking in retrospect makes a lot of sense, which annoyingly also means my video that I just made is outdated. But oh god, okay, we just need to scale the fucking sensitivity down. I'm curious. I'm sure I stole this code from Bevy Flycam, but obviously not. If the Bevy Flycam, Bevy Flycam. Search, come on. Are you the Bevy Fly camera? I don't know. Let's go actually crates would be smarter. Anyway, so Bevy Fly camera. Bevy Fly cam, and so I want to go to the source and have a look and go script and lib and then player flycam, look flycam, mouse delta. Right, so I'm just an idiot and I added delta time, but apparently the flycam didn't have delta time, which yeah, retrospectively makes a lot of goddamn sense. So we want to say something like, well, we just like make the sensitivity like 100 times smaller because at the moment it's really fucking high. Calculator 1 divided by 60. We need it to be about 100 times smaller. Okay. Okay. I should probably add that to the comments of my my video. I'll see if I can work that out without blasting everyone's ears out with opening the video. I don't know how to leave a comment on my video. It's a better question. How do I think I have to go to the actual video itself, don't I? No, paradigms. Okay, stop. Go down here. Go here. Go. Add a comment. Don't use res time for camera for player look. If the frame takes longer, the mouse is moving at constant speed, it will register. If the frame takes 2x longer, and the mouse is moving at a constant speed, it will register 2x the delta. Meaning you get a spike of 4x the movement since 2 times 2x. Delta movement times 2x delta delta time equals 4x change in pitch and your okay. Come here. So what that concludes to is I'm an idiot. I thought I was doing something smart and it wasn't, and I put that in the video, and now I have to go and I have to pin that comment. That's what I'm doing. And then I need to somehow pin. Okay. So I don't think there's any way I can indicate to people that so back on topic. So I think we've fixed the scale issue because like voila. Okay, that's what we're going to work on next. So first we need to work out if that's it just not rendering it. So I have to work out what side that is. So the easiest way to do that is to go back up here and go, hey, like, let's go back to just rendering a color on each side. Oh, chat just connected. Okay, interesting. Where did I define color? Somewhere. Color. Kind of concerning that I'm still defining color. Okay, so we're going to go something like if world, if, yeah, no, isn't it world normals? Yeah, world normal. I guess color just, can we just say color is equal to abs, world, normal. I don't know what this DP is. No, don't multiply by DP. That should work. Okay, so it's the, well, positive one. It's the X direction, and then we just need to go color dot X equals if what the fuck, world normal is less than X, then color X1 minus, no, just it equals 0.5 and it was 1. So bright means positive. What? Wait, what? Do I need to do this? No. Okay, I don't think I can assign at the same time. Okay. So we just say color dot x equals and color dot x equals that. Thank you. Oh, if semicolon. Oh, it does not like that because I'm missing a semicolon here and a semicolon here. There we go. There we go. All right, so it's in the positive. Nope, wait, fuck knows. Less than negative 0.1. Okay, it's still giving it that horrible pink color, but it's no longer Z fighting over it. So this is obviously bright. I should really like make a much bigger distinction. You should be like a really light. Okay, you're really dark, which means that you are the negative. So it's the positive x direction. Okay, else color x equals 1. All right, so that's the right one. So it's the positive x direction is broken, but only sometimes broken. And it appears there's just nothing in the mesh, which is interesting. So first off, let's go to our to-do list and say, which one did we just do? We just ticked off something. Work out if whole math attribute rather than perfect text. So that's a, I don't know how, like, can I do like a sort of tick? Maybe we should allow dynamic chunk size, chunk something, add component. There was something about scale. There. Work out how to scale chunks. Okay, that is done. What do I do this? I don't know how to mark it as a, yeah. It'd be helping. It would significantly help if I actually was looking at this in a markdown document. But anyway, so what are we doing? So we need to go to our chunk generation. Go when we're meshing it. Why the hell does specifically the X get broken? So we add the left face and we say, okay, so if x equals 0, so we've concluded it's the positive x direction that's not working, which means it would have to be this one plus 1 on the x isn't working. So we add the right face. So it's implying that when it gets this block, it's not transparent. So when I say get block, we calculate the indexes plus x plus chunk size times chunk area, and then we go self.blocks get index clone right. So why is it not working? And also, why is it only not working sometimes? Is it below a certain height? No, it just doesn't seem to be working at all. Why? The bottom is working. Why? So the issue with this is I'm going to have to recompile the code actually to do anything. So the issue appears. See, it's working on like the size of the block. So I guess I need to put some kind of breakpoint in that's like did it detect. That's extra. What the hell? See, you'd think, oh, it doesn't matter because it's completely blocked by this chunk, but it actually does matter because I was looking at the world before where they were full scale, and it was definitely like you could see into a chunk if this happened to fall above a certain height. It's only because most of the time the generation means that they're about the same height, but it is definitely possible to see these holes. So what the hell is your problem? So self.blocks.get index cloned unwrap or block metadata empty. Okay, so not transparent. Okay, what? That's very confusing. I've terribly named this fucking thing because I wanted it to be zeros as a default. Anyway, block meta data, we say not transparent as default, and we say not transparent, not transparent. Okay, cool. So somehow when we're generating our mesh, it's here. I'm 100% certain it's you are not getting triggered. So is transparent. Why are you not getting triggered? So that would imply that the X, it's only happening when the X is Alright, so I kind of want this to be like, we have access to the chunk data. We don't have access to we need access like the chunk ID to specifically state don't log. I was going to try and get it to only log on certain ones. We're going to say if X, okay, can you end my suspicion, it's grabbing the chunk over because I'm probably not checking properly. Well, actually, that's almost certainly it. Ready? It'll be like block. We go. You get X, Y, Z, and then we set index, and we just get it. Yeah. Okay. We know we need to actually specifically go like block. Okay. So get block, which is returns an option, which is get block meta. Get block meta. Okay, so we actually need to do this. So you need to just, you need to, first off, can we like inline always? I think we got inline always. This definitely gets inline always. Not as a fucking comment, please. Inline always. So we need to specify that you are. It's actually kind of lucky that it hasn't broken more before. Actually, you know what? I'm sure if I fly inside a block, it's probably got like a whole bunch of shit rent. No? Weird. I guess it's because most, like, there's no air pockets, so once it gets inside a block. So what's happening? Why this face isn't rendering? Is because when it steps one step this way and gets a block, it gets a block on the other side. And, because I'm not actually checking. So what I need to do is, instead of going and doing this fucking bullshit, we need to call dot, get block meta XYZ. Right, and then you okay or unwrap into block empty. Why can't you do this? Why are you returning? No, block meta is just copies. Just always return block meta. Don't ever fucking reference. Thank you. Yeah, that should fix it. I think. I don't know. Something's expecting a. So I feel like the metadata needs to be saved somewhere else, to be honest. Oh. Technically, the metadata needs to be more like well, technically that's great. The metadata should be split into two different things, and the chunk should hold a copy of all potential block types and their metadata separately, rather than what I'm doing at the moment. Okay, so that should just fix it. I think it's one of those weird bugs that I wouldn't have caught it if I hadn't shrunk the chunks down like that, because I don't have cave, so it's almost impossible for a chunk to not have gap next to it, like a jet. So just the fact that I was just grabbing whatever and it's like looping around, it's like, no, that doesn't work. Anyway, hey, oh, okay. So we then go back to voxel thing and we say, hey, can you just like fuck this color code back off? Yep, don't do that, don't do that. Don't return that, and instead return that. Okay, and that should pixel our shader up. Okay, cool. Now we're back to rendering not miniature voxels at the moment. Okay, so try to do this. So this seems pretty easy to do, and then we're going to add a basic gritty meshing. So add collider generation. I'm going to start putting these in like the order I actually want to get them done. We'll put that at the top because it's actually finished. So that, then that, then that. This should probably go higher up. We do that now because again, it's about making the plugin useful to other people. Add collider generation. Use on add start. That can be done after that, I think. And then we're going to say look into using a generic. That's probably going to be actually quite far down. Add component. We should add that up here with this. Allow dynamic chunk sizes. Kind of want to do that. Maybe before we do that. Benchmark using that. I might do that off stream. Not sure. Mostly because I don't know how to use a lot of those benchmarking things. Well, technically we did this. Couple like a dash. This is like half done. We worked out that you can, in fact, definitely access attributes everywhere, but I don't know how to set them. I just happen to need the one that Bevy already gives me. So, yeah. So, let's swap this chunk ID out for entity ID. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go into here. We're going to go mod, and then we're going to find chunk ID. We're going to just lobotomize chunk ID entirely. So, all of this chunk ID, that's chunk data, chunk ID. So, we need to go, chunk ID just needs to disappear, and we need to work out what was relying on chunk ID. So first of all, let's double check. So you have an on insert, correct? Entity. Well, good. Okay. So first off, you rely on this, which is has no chunk ID. Okay. So no. Okay, resh chunk add to queue ID. So that would become ctx dot entity. So okay, so on insert, I think I want to say config feature equals tracing maybe. I'm gonna keep calling it log. I've got a thing called log because I need access to Bevy's logging stuff. Chunk yes, guys, like ctx dot yeah, do that. Added to meshing queue. Okay. ctx to entity. Failed to resolve use. What? No, just oh, it's Bevy log, isn't it? Bevy log debug. Okay, there we go. Cool. So if the log feature is turned on, this is I guess a trace level. I probably should split them into their own things. Anyway, diagnostics apparently doesn't work anymore because I'm using chunk ID for something. All optional chunk ID. Okay, that's that. Okay. So we just say that chunk data is the actual thing we care about. Only track that, which just means we just get rid of the optional. I think that was just purely for debugging purposes. We're like, hey, if you've got this optional type, please spit out the optional type. Yeah. So we just say chunk. Why is that like this? And then we just get rid of the whole like if statement. We go if logs turned on, just warn that chunk has no had its mesh removed, but not it, but itself was not removed. This is bad practice, and then we don't have to get to this. Just do this. Okay, cool. This is just like when I track my diagnostics of like how many voxels are rendered. How many voxels are loaded? How many voxels have actually got meshes applied to them? I warn the user of the plugin if they delete a mesh without deleting the chunk data. Right, move component mesh 3D. So the idea being that if you delete a mesh without removing its chunk data, it's like, well, you've probably done that wrong because you shouldn't be removing a mesh without despawning the whole entity. So now chunk ID is just no longer, and then a whole bunch of other shit should break now. Cool. Okay. So these all use chunk ID. So I think technically we need to make you generic here. So I like the idea of just being like and then just being like T, T, T. So this is going to be generation. Okay, like that. And then we just go, hey, impl, and then it's going to have a bunch of type restrictions at some point, I'm sure, but we're just going to say T. F of T that returns T, 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 everywhere. Okay, so then voxel generator is going to have issues all over the place because it has now got a T type. So add type chunk ID, which is just an entity. And then this one is set priority, which is fun because I don't think this works at all anymore. I mean, technically it works, but set priority. Yeah, I don't think this works at all because there's no way of knowing. I wish there was a way I could give you access to this function to then call it. So this is self.map sort by. Yeah. Okay, I just disable this because I don't know how to make that work. Yep, cool. Can I like comment out? No, it's gonna comment out the comments, the documentation. Anyway, chunk. So this is to generate, which is an entity. Generating, which is an entity. And then you don't need to keep track of the entity and the task. You just get to keep track of the task. And then same with you. You just track. I probably could have just removed the chunk ID. Anyway, so we go here. We just go. Okay, so now we just have the entities and the tasks. They're their own thing. So add the queue, which is again going to be an entity, and then again we're gonna have to just turn this off because I don't know how to do that yet with the modifications I've made. And this is an entity, and this is like remove this and remove this and remove this and remove this, and that should be good. And I'm down here. We go okay. So chunk manager. I think the chunk manager just goes because theoretically, like the chunk manager existed to map IDs to entities, and it's like, well, I'm not doing IDs now, so this the whole chunk manager thing can go. Also, I should almost certainly have committed this to fucking Git before I started fucking around. So that's fine. Don't commit the changes I've made to chunk manager. I fixed mesh generation, correct? Wait, what? If what? That doesn't feel right. Why the fuck did I do that? Hey, we're making good progress. That's what's up at the moment. I mean, we spent 2.5 hours doing it, but we now managed to extract the chunk scale out of its mesh data. Scale. So we used the world location, the get world location here, that I was using to steal Bevy's calculating its world location. I use that. I work out what the scale is. I pass that to the fragment shader here, and then we can correct the UV based on the new scale. This means that you can actually scale your meshes, and the vertex, the voxels will still render properly. Whereas before adding this, if you scaled the mesh anywhere that wasn't a unit value of 1, or a unit length of 1, then it broke all the UVs because the UVs relied on the percentage of world coordinates that had moved, not the actual position. So because we were calculating UVs in the shader, it didn't work. Anyway, now we are stripping a whole bunch of stuff out. I'm gonna commit this. What was I doing? All right, don't generate map. I don't know what I was doing here, but this definitely doesn't need to be. Okay. I think think what was being missed here was that we modified something else. That's why that code was like that. That was completely unrelated to fix it. What do you mean? Can we revert to this change, please? I must have had that inside something else. Okay. We just had like a duplicate copy or something. All right. So the update of the voxel thing, the chunk get block meta. Right. We this is the change that actually fixed that bug. Right. It's gonna be really annoying to try and split out what exactly was my bug fix. Okay, so that definitely was related. That is related. Actual related. I don't know. Any of this stuff's related. None of the diagnostic stuff's related. That's not related. I don't think that matters, and that matters. We have to. This fixes the camera, and then to do. So added scale to creator. Right, maybe we should set the end fixed some bug. Okay, we commit that, and then we go back to stripping the fuck out of the chunk ID. So what were we doing? We were stripping chunk ID out. So chunk manager is just not a thing anymore because again we don't need to manage chunks if they're all just entities. So go to chunk manager. So there's chunk manager. We don't need the chunk manager. Okay. Now annoyingly, right. I'm going to go back up here. I'm going to remove your T because I feel like that needs to be its own thing, and for that to be its own thing, we're just going to strip it out because otherwise I'm going to have to add it everywhere, and adding it everywhere is going to be its own whole fucking journey. So we're just going to say T, and then you don't actually take anything. You just call that and do that. We're going to save and go. Okay, a whole bunch of bugs. Okay, so log something if entity. Okay, so this is incorrect, or actually not needed. Anything that uses the chunk generator is not necessary. So where you get chunk specific generator get entity. So it's the chunk specific generator is that we had to call to generate len min. So somewhere we pop this. Okay, so chunk ID. So trace generating chunk data for entity. Okay, cool. To generate pop expect. Okay, so this is the, we're going to rename this to so it's chunk ID. Okay, so you get tweaked to look like that. You don't take in anything. It's cool. Okay. Why are you not letting me do this? Because you're chunk ID. There you go. So then we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to go to chunk manager. Doesn't exist anymore. Don't need to log if the chunk manager doesn't exist. We get rid of the entity. This. We spawn the generated data, and we say that you're actually chunk ID. Okay, that spools up that properly. Okay. So apparently neither of these have access to it, so we need to say that it's something more like if task finished, insert. Okay, so it's like entity. You get the same kind of logic here of too much. Nope. I stopped just trying to use hotkeys. It's did it again. You, and you, and you, and you, and I think you've got one too many of those, and you've got one too many of those. Okay. So then this is instead just entity. Extract finish data. This is trace level. Yep. This is also trace level. chunk has finished meshing, inserting. So we can get rid of that, and then we get rid of that. Okay, cool. Entity, okay. And we go, you're going to have some problems. Oh, it's not like this piece of code actually worked in the first place, because as we saw before, they weren't exactly generating in the correct order. So first off, voxel generator can't take anything in, and then you're going to complain. Interesting. That's a bit annoying. So, but can I like let I don't know, I guess a mutex. Let's call it var equals mutex std sync mutex mutex new I don't know, what are we going to do? Like maybe a block generator? Cool. Phoxels, prelude. Actually, no, it wouldn't even be in prelude. Let's go to Phoxels, and I think it's not even public, so yeah. Utilities, yeah, it is public, but the utilities isn't public, is it? So that kind of defeats that, doesn't it? So where the fuck is my something uses it? So we need to go like lib, but we need to be like pub mod utils. I mean, technically, we just actually like move. Let's go like AX V save, and then delete this utils because like it's all here now, and then this is going to break something here, but that's because we need to be like you have a mod utils, which is not true anymore. And then the mesh generator needs to bring in nuts, so use crate utils block it. Cool. Technically not the best thing to be using the block iterator for, but you know. Why? What do you mean? Did I spell it wrong? Maybe. Nope. You've been saved. What the fuck? Okay, there you go. So then, is utils public? Did I make utils public? I don't know. Utils. Why would you should consider adding the default implementation? Sure. Are you gonna let me do that? Nope. There we go. Okay, weird. What do we need? We need to go here, go pub mod utils. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go like Phoxels utils block iterator. No. Okay, cool. Cool. Block iterator. You're only taking it. Okay, let's go with like. Cool. You need to be like size 100, maybe. Well, then you iterate chunk size chunks. Okay, so we need to be like let id equal var. This is gonna be bad. Lock dot unwrap dot next dot expect more iterations than 100 2 Let's just 201 times 201. Okay. Times 201. That's not actually correct, but anyway. Yeah. So we're gonna go like it's more like let ID equal IVEC. No. Sure. X, Y, Z. Okay. As IVEC32, as I32, as I32. Okay, cool. So this is gonna kind of break shit, but in a weird way. Then we have to get rid of these two systems. Anything in here doesn't really matter because this is the supposed game. We could then say chunk. Use chunk. No, is this a map? No, how the fuck is it called? I'm sure it's. Oh, wait, we're inside map, aren't we? Do you have a chunk ID? Probably. Oh, it's chunk ID. Yeah, I do. Sure, do that. Do that. Do that. Then we have to go here. Now, just do this. And we got to work out your on add world inner transform. Cool. World resource map data. Go back with this. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So. No function assigned new. Okay. Wait, what? Really? Weird. Okay. Surely the AI will pick up on that. Thank you. So then we want to just do something really stupid. Alright. For example, I want to do something like if y does not equal 0, then I don't want to just like modify. Where's my chunk, my block iterate? You iterate through. So first off, out if y is greater than chunk size. So you iterate through x, then you iterate through z, and then you iterate through y. So if y is greater than 1, well, that should imply that it should iterate through, like, I want to say like it's 2 out of 1. I should iterate through all of them. They should never can we get panic? It's a bad idea, but you know. I just want to know if it ever does get that high. I don't know what I was typing here. Okay. So let's see if that worked. Also, can I like stop scaling them down? I don't know where I do it. This is a really dodgy way of doing this, but that's what I get for removing removing a type without implementing the details back. Yeah, cool. I want to stop scaling everything down, please. It's not generating shit. Now, why is it not generating shit? Probably because I'm not telling it to generate anything. Right, which would help if I went back to my checklist and my checklist says make sure to add the fact that if it gets it. So I do stick a voxel generator on each of them, I believe. Right, map. We say, hey. No, I just chuck on a chunk ID. Right. So what I need is generator which is a res map voxel generator. So voxel generator. Right, so we grab the default voxel generator and then we go, hello, I am lazy and I don't want to implement that feature yet. Okay, so comma dot and we say so we say generator dot clone. Comma. Now that should return a voxel generator and not a res voxel generator, I assume, but I don't actually know. So that then we need to go here. We need to go somewhere. Probably a manager would be my guess, and then we're gonna go somewhere here. Be like voxel generator. We need to go like fn on insert, I guess. I don't know. What? No, that's not how on insert. We go to a chunk ID. There it is. So yeah, on insert and then manager. So we go on insert, do fancy stuff. Okay, cool. Do fancy stuff. The fancy stuff involves like closing the function. Okay, so I'm gonna say interesting. Okay. So config feature like log this, but we're gonna say added not meshing queue. Why are you confusing this? To generate queue. Oh, I picked up that it's fucking like backtick this like this. Generate queue. Okay, so then I just need to be like, hello, when I derive component on you, can I be like component? Now I feel like I want to say you're immutable, but I don't actually think about it. Immutable, and then on insert equals box generator on insert, like that. I really don't think it matters. Oh, except it probably breaks if you did, but we'll make it immutable so you can't modify the actual underlying value. Okay. So now let's try that. Because we whack the generator on. And we panic if the y is ever greater than 1. Oh, I think we hit that panic. Okay. So why'd you panic? Technicality requires transform. Wait, what? Who said that? Yeah, no, you don't do anything. I don't care. No, you don't do an on add. I left a piece of code uncommented. Which, interestingly, like you should probably also, do this, but also definitely don't do that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I also don't do the other. Okay, cool. So we're gonna get like main and run. Okay, so it crashed, not because our Y got revived, but because I've still left pieces commented out. Okay, well, damn it, that's what the on add was doing. Okay, cool. Give it its on add back. Just turn this back on. I think that was really the only problem. Is it I don't want it to overwrite the AABB from something else, but that's what it does. It just sets its position. Don't mind me spawning like tens of thousands of chunks in the same place. Okay. It is, in fact, spawning Lots of chunks. Now, they're not spawned in order, but it is in fact technically working. Because technically, that's what I told it to do. Technically, I told it to just pick the next chunk. Now what? So we have successfully get rid of this, and we're going to say add to because we moved to do around. So we have removed reliance on chunk ID. Okay, cool. So my thought was I could now replace chunk ID with something like you could specify a location or a name, like a string to load from a file, but that's all kind of beyond the scope at the moment. There was something I want to do before I can tick the box that says swap chunk ID for entity. Okay, so then we go. Okay. Okay. Use. I think we did that actually. So, wait, why did that not get committed? God damn it! Get why are you like this sometimes? Whatever. Can we could you append this? Amend it. Commit. Okay, cool. So, add command to indicate. Okay, so I should probably just do that. So that's gonna be really goddamn easy. I wonder if it's possible to make like an opposite, but I have a much smarter way of doing that, which is good. Wait, like the opposite of required, as in like these two components cannot be on the same thing at the same time. But really, the smart thing to do is just to derive component, and we just say struct voxel 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 generate. And then we just say on insert world dot entity ctx dot entity dot insert. That's the smart way of doing it. And then we steal this bit off of you, and we go, wait, why can't I? Oh, as soon as we enter mute, don't we? Like that. Okay, cool. No method insert. Wait, what's it called then? Wait, what? Commands dot dot entity dot insert. There we go. There we go. So when you stick the voxel generator on, it'll stick the generate component on. This needs to be public. Then we're going to go down here and we're going to say import. Wait, yeah, import. I guess that, no, don't do that. That's dumb. Right. So we need to say fn. Sure. Wait. That's remarkable that it kind of remembered that. Anyway. Sure. And then we say component. It does not have to be immutable because it literally contains no data. On insert. Cool. Cool. You add the generated cube. Cool. I mean, drop dump. That's we got to tick it off the list. That's right. Tick it off the list. It won't get. Okay. So. Okay. add component to indicate a chunk should be used. Wait, what? No. We're gonna say you should. Okay. I'm gonna change this to detect. To add generate marker. Okay. I do want to kind of test that it works. I don't want to commit it and then find out it doesn't work. That would be dumb. So I reworded the dot points and like did 2 seconds of code. Now where the hell is it? There it is. So again, not working, not because there's anything wrong with it, just because the way I'm picking what chunk to generate is in order, which means that hilariously, as they're asyncing, they're almost but not quite in the right spot, which is kind of funny. Anyway, it's added generate flag. Oh, marker. Okay, commit that. Okay, cool. So what's next on the list? Next we have add atlas shape to shader. Okay, well, that shouldn't be too hard. I actually have enough of an understanding of my shader to be able to do this reasonably quickly. Where do you want to go? Uniform position 3. It's pub atlas shape, and this is a UVec3. I think, I don't know. Actually, then we go to the shader itself and go, I don't know if you have UVec3s. So we can just be like at bind group 3 var uniform. I don't know actually what that means. What the fuck? What? No, what are you doing? Atlas size. No. U32. Okay, that doesn't do anything, which is what we want it to do. We then want to go here, want to go, and we're going to go, and we're going to go, well, something's going to go terribly wrong because I didn't tell it what to do. Maybe? I don't know. The fact that that worked is concerning because I never told it what size to set, which I'm assuming means it set 0 because I think I derived a default on my shader. Yeah. So I'm going to get rid of this shader because I'm never going to touch it again, and I don't want to accidentally be modifying the wrong one and be like, why is it not working? Yeah. So, well, I mean, kind of a bit of both, but it's just a renderer and mesher at the moment. Like, it's generating them. But it's not like a voxel engine. Because Bevy is the engine. It's confusing. It's not confusing. I don't know how to explain it. Bevy's the engine, but I'm trying to make a plugin that lets you use voxels inside of Bevy. So it generates and meshes the voxels. Like you could get it to custom do better. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It's the confusing thing of, yeah, it's a voxel engine, but it's not the engine. Yeah. Only a semantic difference, but in my brain it's like that there's a big difference. Where am I generating this goddamn material? Here. You derive default, don't you? Okay. I'm going to import default. because excuse me, do I ever actually use that color? I'm gonna say the answer is no. What? Okay. This is what I get for copy pasting code everywhere. Let's put you at the top, thank you. And let's go away. Go away. I don't need color anymore. 16. Wait, why am I using no vec2? uvec2. Okay. So yeah, no, we don't want to double it. Default. I was thinking about the other day whether I want people to be able to import voxels. Like, there's no, like, I don't not want people to be import voxels, but that's not in the plans at any point, is to allow like you to import a voxel file from somewhere. It's more of a, you can generate like voxel data and then it'll mesh and render it, and then you can like save that data somehow, and then, you know, like, but it's, yeah, it's more about rendering the voxels that you generate in code rather than like doing something in, like, I think it's called Magic of Voxel or something, that is like a voxel thing where you get to build things in voxels, and like I don't intend to allow you to load those files, but that's more about scope creep than anything. Anyway, you are now at 0 and you are non-existent. Thank you. Okay, so then we run this and we go, okay, yeah, so I guess, yeah, the point is it's intended to be a plugin for other people to use in the Bevy Jam that's starting on Sunday, rather than a an actual game that I'm making. Well, annoyingly, something is broken. Because we multiply by color, which we really don't need to do. I would explain. Like, technically, I was using it, but for the dumbest thing ever. What do you mean? Wait, okay, no. This small. Very confusing. Okay, wait. I mean, if they wanted to, I would hope they'd be slightly more creative than making just Minecraft clones, but like, yeah, I just personally really like doing voxels because I feel like it frees me up to not have to focus on art so much, and that I can really like focus in on what I want the game to feel like, rather than a spending ages being like, oh, well, how am I going to render this, or how am I going to like make colliders, and so I can just go voxels, make the voxels look like what I want the voxels to look like. Hence my focus on today, like I made it so that you can scale the voxels down, because if I was making a world generator, the voxels will always just be like, they must be 1 meter. But because I'm like, well, actually, I might want to be able to like spawn in smaller versions of things, I'm like, I need the voxels to be able to be scaled down. So I made it so that the textures work even when you scale them down. So, all right. Anyway, so when we do something, we divide by 16. We don't divide by 16. We say divide by atlas size.x. Oh, F32. Okay, cool. Same here is so it's block type modulo atlas F32 atlas size x. So so then your y, and then why am I? Oh, because I'm modulo divide. Okay, so technically I don't actually want these to be F32s then. We want to modulo by the integer. in theory, if I did that right, nothing changed. But if I go into my main here and say, wherever the hell it was, actually I did it in the default. So, somewhere I describe my mesh. Somewhere custom. Nope, custom material. Yeah, I know I don't have to send all the faces, but the significant increase in code complexity to remove faces of internal chunks is way higher than the lost potential frame rate. Considering I can render 92 million voxels at over 60 FPS, like I'm still at 60 FPS and it will render 92 million voxels, it's not that big of a deal that I'm just rendering them internally. Like, it does do culling. Like if I come inside, it's culling all the faces in here. It's only the boundaries between chunks, because to be able to cull those, I would need each chunk to be able to access each other chunk. And you see how quickly it generates the 96 million. It's generating at maximum 200 chunks per frame or something. Or where is it? So like, look how quickly it's generating these chunks. There's lots and lots of chunks it's generating. That is it. It can generate up to 100 chunks per frame, I think is what I capped it at. No, 40. It's only generating maximum of 40 chunks per frame. So let's just like turn that to 100 and see how quickly it actually generates all these chunks, which is where the actual advantage of leaving those faces is that I can make my code that generates faces significantly faster, because I don't need to worry about syncing up data. I don't have to wait for other chunks to be loaded. A chunk just assumes that it's completely surrounded by air. Look at it go. So it can generate a lot of chunks very quickly, because I don't have to like do mutexes or read-write locks or anything like that. Nothing's async going on. We just start them up, throw them in a task, and forget about them. And admittedly, it's a lot of triangles, but we're going to do somewhere on this list. Somewhere. Basic 3D meshing. So a lot of these triangles are going to be cut down in the fact that when you're underground, most of them are going to be stone. So the idea is that you could greedy mesh like all of this into two triangles, and then like it's even less stuff. Like it's such a nothing of resources to just leave those there compared to the cost of tracking them down and removing them. Anyway, we were changing our custom material. There's also another optimization that I know about that I'm, again, not going to bother with, which is the idea that when you render the chunks, you can also just not pass in like half of the chunks. Like if you split them into like 6 meshes, one's the top faces, one's the bottom faces, one's the left faces, one's the right faces, one's the front faces, one's the back faces, and then you just don't pass in the meshes that would in fact be behind the player. As in like if the player is looking forward, they will never see the back face of any mesh, something like that. I'm gonna find this down first. Custom somewhere I use custom material. Somewhere it's like 3 places. Okay. Yeah, you. Okay. Let me say Atlas. Spec is spec. Use spec. I'll explain better in a second. Right. Alright. So we'll just quickly run this so that we can see and go like the texture Atlas code is actually working properly. So in this, because I've scaled it down to 8, there should be 4 textures per block. Like it should render a 4. It's broken as fuck. Okay, so there's another optimization you can do, which is to generate 6 times as many meshes. And then when I'm looking north, you just don't load any of the meshes, any of the meshes that you can only see when you're facing south. Because every single one of these blocks, I can't see this face on them. I can only see this face, so I don't have to load in that other mesh at all because it's in the wrong axis. So you can take like the camera's facing direction and go like, this is positive, this is positive, this is positive. Only render the top, front, right faces of everything. Or I think it's left faces. So left face, front face, top face. You only render those. You don't render the other 6 meshes. But again, the amount of extra code that would add for very little impact on the performance. Anyway, so these things are just broken now. So why are things broken? Somewhere must still be using 16, is what I can conclude from that. Somewhere, something is still using 16. What I'm thinking? Yeah, I am using 16 because I somewhere call something like texture step. It's a function called texture step. There it is. So texture step, which now needs to be its own goddamn thing, which I don't know. Can I assign a const? No, I don't think so. So texture step needs to be calculated somewhere like here. We need to say let texture step equal. Can we just say like 1 divided by atlas size? I'm assuming that will return me a thing, and then we say like texture step dot y and texture step dot x, because in theory I have to. Damn it. Okay, can't cast. Right. Back to F32. Can do that. That worked. Hey. I don't know what's happening on the top face. That's looking a bit dodgy. Increase the XZ chunk value by 1 on the I have an idea to sort and draw them. Increase the XZ chunk value by 1 on the renderer. And later, after calculating the visible sides, do not render additional faces. Then there will be no gaps. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, the thing with this is I'm calculating on the CPU what the chunks mesh will look like and then passing it to the GPU. So I can't just increment the chunk X, Y, like that, like X, Z. Hey, very silly looking fucking thing. I don't know why the grass is broken though. Why is the grass broken? One divided by. What makes it even more interesting is that the grass is actually like completely broken. In that, like, it's bringing outside the texture. Maybe? No. If I bet it is. I bet the grass. I made it 8. So 8 times 8 is 64. So it's actually outside of the texture. That's good. That's fun. Anyway. Doesn't matter. We've made it like 16 across the X and then 8 across the Y. And then rerun this. Yeah, it's all good. It is hard to explain this kind of stuff. So yeah, so I think the thing that I assume you're trying to say is like when when I'm calculating the mesh, if I just like look one more chunk over, I can work out and then just not draw certain faces. But as I said, like if we go to the mesh generation here, we only have access to the chunk we're currently in. We can't just increment its value by 1 and see what else is there. Like there's no way to work out what the neighboring chunk is doing. And if we wanted to do that, we would need to either copy 6 times as much data in. Yeah, so you think 6. There is transparency, I assume. I actually haven't looked. Like the fact that that's broken, and maybe there isn't, but that's probably got more to do with me not returning a. Let's have a look. Can I return transparency? I mean, probably because I think they set the alpha mode wrong. We'll go to the material. Somewhere. Alpha mode. Alpha mode. I think blend. I think the default's opaque. Yeah, default's opaque. So if I say blend, apparently I've settled the values and I don't need default anymore. Probably should still leave that because, you know. Yeah, restart. Let's see if this works. Wow. We seem to have transparency, but not in the way I was expecting to have transparency. Why are you doing that? Is that because the shader's somehow returning something? We multiply color multiply. I assume that the color multiply is what's doing that. That or it's the multiplying by dp. Because dp equals 0.7. Yeah, we're probably multiplying by a fractional number here. So what we need to do is like sample, sample, sample. We need to say like let color equal I don't know why I've got this color multiply variable here, but like, you know, color multiply. Don't do that. Then we need to like texture set times by. That's more like this times by dp. And the question is, this is probably a vec4, isn't it? And then we want to say something like and then we take like color. No, okay, gotcha. So we need to like sample the texture. Like, or this is bar. Just a sec. I'm just gonna look at the read chat in a minute. So it's a var because so this is gonna be like it's yes, so texture sample here, and then we're gonna say let a equal ps.a, and then we have to say this is terrible. Dp okay, ps times equals dp times color mul. Okay, and then we get interesting. Nope, ta equals a. Yes, and then we return ts like that, and that should fix it. Okay, now we have like weird but probably respected transparency. Like if the texture is transparent, then the block is transparent without everything being transparent. Okay, which interesting enough means I can actually probably go back to my shader here and just go like, when we input this, can you say that your default alpha mode is actually blend? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, so we got transparency. It's not an issue of transparency. Again, we can't get rid of these faces simply because we have no way of knowing what the block next door is actually doing. Something is very wrong here. Something is unrendering, and I don't like it. Is it looking funky on top, or is that just a something? something's wrong. Blend is obviously not the correct mode. Drop the opacity. Okay, wait, no. There's one that's like something mask. Renders transparency to fully opaque to fully transparent based on the threshold. Yeah, cool. Mask 0.1. 0.2 maybe? I don't know. We need to then, actually reboot the thing, and we have to go to here, and we have to go, I think it's map. Let's just put you back to being default, because then I don't have to worry about those drifting, because I'm setting them in 2 places. Yeah, I'm trying mask, which I think is actually the correct mode, because mask is there's no variable opacity. It's either you are visible or you're not visible. It could also have absolutely nothing to do with that. It was just something that I never noticed before. But yeah, no, it seems to be working. Well, apparently not. What do you mean? Well, apparently, mask doesn't work at all, unless mask's the other way. I can't imagine mask the other way. That'd be really dumb. Mask. Okay, so reduce transparent to fully opaque or fully transparent based on a threshold. Compares the base color's alpha value to the specified threshold. If the value is below the threshold, consider the color to be fully transparent. If the is equal or above the threshold, consider the color. Okay, but what? I don't get it. Yeah, I don't understand why the I would have thought that would work. Well, the way to check that would be to go like in the shader. We go, hey, like if a is less than a is less than 0. Was it 0.2? Then ts dot r equals 1. Well, it doesn't look like it's gone. Oh, it's kind of red, maybe. Ts. Well, it's white, so probably set red to 0 because it didn't really get that much brighter. Okay, so it's definitely detecting them as having a low alpha, and then since we're setting that back to A, I don't know why blend is not working. Or mask is not working. It should be setting. Okay. What other modes do we have? Opaque. So we can add alpha to coverage. What the fuck? Spreads the fragment out over a dependent number of sample location, particularly for the alpha value. This requires multi-sample anti-aliasing. Isn't on. This is identical to mask 0.5. So we just set mask 0.5 and then restart. I don't know what's going on, because we're obviously passing out a lower alpha value, because the whole fact that I can set the color based on the alpha value means that it is in fact a lower alpha value. What's going on? Okay, come on. I should also reduce the number of chunks we generate, because it's really unnecessary. Interesting, right? It's okay. So it's not like, so what did I have? It's a blend. Blend worked, but mask doesn't, which is bizarre. Because I don't understand why mask wouldn't. Okay. So we say so we can add, which combines the color of the fragment with the color behind them in an additive process like light. Okay, like light, producing lighter colors. Black produces Alpha values can be used to modify the result, useful for effects like holograms, ghosts, energy beams. Okay. Alpha to coverage, don't care. Blend. The base color alpha value defines the opacity of the color. Standard alpha blending is used to blend the fragment color with the color behind it. Okay. Multiply, combine the color of the fragments, the color behind them in a multiplicative process like pigments, producing darker results. White produces no effect. Alpha value can be used to modify the result, and useful for effects like stained glass windows, tint, film, or some color liquids. Opaque. Base color alpha value overrides to fully opaque. Pre-multiply. Similar to blend, however, assumes RGB channel values are pre-multiplied for otherwise considered RGB values. Behind more like blend for alpha values closer to 1 and more like add for alpha values closer to 0. Did you say add was good for holograms, ghosts, lasers? Can be used to avoid borders or outline effects that can occur when using plain alpha blend textures. Okay, so I'm very confused about why you're actually not working. I'm gonna go with pre-multiplied. Try pre-multiplied. I'm assuming it's just that Bevy doesn't have opacity. Maybe I gotta turn that on. That could also be it. Like maybe I have to enable something to be able to have. I don't know. Okay. Well, first off, let's stop fucking with the color. It'd be really funny if it was working on one of the other modes and because I was fucking with the color. Nope. So it's still just getting a value way too high. Now, my assumption is partly that maybe this just doesn't have a proper transparency. That doesn't make sense because it was definitely working. What do we have? Like the potion stand, which is just like a weird coincidence that the potion stand was correct. Okay, that's almost certainly correct transparency. Like the fact that we're checking for like a low value. So why the hell is it white? What if I just set its value to 0? I can make my own blend. That'll work. Fucking. If the value is below this, just fucking TS equals. Yeah, just nothing. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Do that. I do. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. What the fuck? So it's come back, which means that it's got something to do with it, like setting a chunk's opacity to 0, and then I'm like overriding it somehow. I don't know. What if I just like leave your alpha at 1? Well, then it just ends up black, which is kind of funny. So what are we? We're like pre-multiply, aren't we? Yeah, I don't get it. It's some kind of like weird interaction between the shader and like what Bevy's already doing or something. Because by the fact that it's doing it like right there, tells me it's probably a frustum culling thing. That it's like when it's culling it, it's then becoming visible, which is even more weird. I don't know. What do I need it to do? Well, one thing, it'd be nice if I could change it while it's loaded, but yeah, that would require like fixing the edit. I mean, technically, I could just hard code something in that lets it cycle through. Pre-mult. I still think that like masks 0.5. That still feels like it should be the best option. I feel like the issue is that the way it's doing the calculation, like means that if you have an alpha value and it's white, it's rendering it differently than if you have an alpha value of 0 and it's black. Oh, it's interesting. Was that what it was like before? It's just black now. Okay. So, I'm partly in the ground, that's why. And so I don't think I can fuck with the shader at all. Like, yeah, alpha values. I'm just setting the color to 0, so that's interesting. If I set it to like 1, then maybe add. It's like saying that you use this for ghosts. Multiply would also probably maybe work. I don't know. Say multiply by 1 has no effect. I think is what it said. Which would be interesting. Well, a multiply of white has no effect. So I really need to turn the number of chunks down. Let's see if I can do that now while I'm waiting. It's just too many chunks to wait for. Let's go maybe. Wait, no, that's the player's position. Where's my building a world thing? Somewhere. You want 100? Somewhere. Map size. Oh yeah, that's right. And we can get down like maybe 20. It does not need to be that big. We do not need to generate so many chunks. Alright, so it's kind of pink now, which is weird. I think anything that's going to do anything with opacity is going to fuck up when I change it. Like, I think what I want, it's somehow messing with like the layering or something. I don't know. Let's change it to multiply. Well, that's basically what I'm doing. I'm saying like if A is less than 0.1 or 0.2, set it to 0. Like it just sets the color to black. So in theory, multiplying might work. Multiply. Very interesting. Can I say, like, if I set A equals 1, which I'm assuming is what it is for most of the things. Well, wait, did I just make everything invisible? Is that... Wait. That's interesting, because that implies that... wait. It's actually because the shader's not working, that's why. It's ts.a equals 0. Is it rendering now? No, apparently not. It should be. Okay, so a equals 0 didn't work, and then a equals 1. Oh, don't equal a equals 10. Ooh. A equals 1. Are they visible now? Yeah, okay. Alright, so let's pop this here so we can see what's happening while we... no, please, why? Why do you do this to me? Oh, God. No, just fucking give me a proper damn window. Alright, okay, so a equals 0 is going to make them all disappear. Nope, it did literally nothing. And a equals 1 does nothing either. Okay, I don't fucking know. Multiply is obviously incorrect then. Okay, I don't know. No, if A equals 0. What do you mean by window manager? What? I'm on Windows, which is doing this weird fucking boxy shit, if that's what you're talking about. Otherwise, it's just with a default Bevy window manager. Like, that's doing all the Windows stuff, which something tells me what I need to do is like enable mask somehow. So maybe I should go like Google it. I have a vague recollection that I've had this issue before that like it was something like you have to enable it. KDE. KDE? Bevy mask. alpha mode mask. This is like way back. uh, um, hmm. Okay. What's the commit on this? Yeet spawn bundle. Alpha discard. Huh. Wait, can I discard? Is that something? I'm just looking at the, like, there's an issue that was like open like years ago now. When the fuck was this? 2022. So the original issue that the person brought up was like, where one too far. One more. Yeah. This person's like, if you set it to mask, it just makes the person disappear. Like the shader doesn't respect it. This is Bevy 0.6. And then this person's going, hey, I fixed it, because in the shader it's like, yeah. It was just like use discard, and then it wasn't doing it, and then they can discard. And I'm wondering, because this discard keyword, does that mean it like I can make it return only if the color isn't correct? Because that would be really cool. Yeah, I'm just on Windows. It's general Windows. But as far as computers, because like it's pretty easy to tell when you're on Windows. And the fact that everything's messing around. I did try it. Like, it just didn't do anything. My question is, can I say if value below this discard? Hey, discard's a valid keyword. It's recognized it. What's that do? Well, okay, we're gonna get the fuck out of multiply. Yeah, being in multiply is not gonna help. The mask. Don't know if mask is actually gonna do anything. Didn't seem to do anything. Yeah, setting the alpha to 0 did nothing in multiply. I don't think the mask is... Alpha's probably just not used. Is that doing something? Ooh. Ooh. It's not doing its little glitchy thing. Now if I get rid of the discard, where is it? The discard. If I stop discarding it, does it come back? The answer is no, but I wonder if I just set it back to opaque. Does discard just work? Like, that would be awesome. If we can just ignore the fuck out of everything and just discard. Let's default you back to opaque. Because if I could just discard and not render it, that would just be a great way of just dealing with it. Because again, like, I don't know what's causing it to overlap like that, but like, if I can just leave it on opaque and discard, that would be awesome. Because then I'm like, it should just work. Yep, cool. So there you go. We can do transparent shit now by just saying, hey, if the alpha value is below a certain amount, just discard. Cool. So I don't remember what this to do was. Oh, wait, right. We did that ages ago. Per block face overrides. Okay, so I don't know how I'm gonna do this, because I mean, I mean, the obvious thing to do would just be like an array. But I don't think of a way of doing this like good would be the answer. Why would this is my issue with commenting so much shit out in my code is that the AI has decided that if I put a comment mark, it's like, yes, you want to just comment out whatever I would put there. It's like, no, that's not what I meant. I don't think that this has the equivalent of a hash map. I also don't want to have to specify. So first off, what the fuck is a var uniform? Something in my brain is nagging at me that a uniform in a shader means that it's the same across all instances of the shader, but I don't actually know because like that. Hence the var material texture 2D is like you can specify a separate texture, but the var uniform means that you only get to specify one. I mean, the way to do that would be to load multiple textures and see if they make a difference, but we can do that. Let's just see if my intuition of the English language is good when it comes to that. So what we need to do is work out where the fuck we're spawning all these chunks. Somewhere we spawn these chunks in, and we're gonna say, hey, okay, yeah, material. Okay, so we need to go to like block data here. We need to go, hey, when I spawn this in, I should really tidy some of this code up. Blocks. Okay. So what we're gonna do is say texture. We're gonna say this is material. And then we're going to go Control C, Control V, and it's got this material 2. And I'm curious if I was to say Shift Tab, go here, go, hey, you are instead, let's say 16 by 16. And then we go here, we're going to go, hey, you get a material 2. No, just material 2. Come on, like this. And then we go up here, and then we go copy that down, go material 2, and then we want to go 4, and then we want to go something along the lines of if x modulo 1 is it modulo 1 equals 0, do that one, else do that one, just 2.clone, lazy as fuck. Come here, we go comma. Okay, so any number modulo 1 will always be 0. Okay, so it's modulo 2 then. I love how the compiler's like, yeah, no, that's not what you wanted to do. I'm like, yes, you're right, it's not what I wanted to do. I was trying to get a value between 1 or 2. So let's WGSL uniform. What the fuck does uniform mean? Uniform. Interstage variables. What the fuck? What the fuck? Code of super basic. This article is going over the basics of interstage variables. Interstage variables come into play between a vertex and a fragment shader. When a vertex shader outputs 3 positions, a triangle gets rasterized. Okay, outputs 3 positions, a triangle gets rasterized. The vertex shader can output extra values at each of these positions, and by default, these values will be interpolated between the 3 points. Okay. Let's make a small example. We'll start with a triangle shader from the previous article. What we're going to do is change the shaders. Okay. What the fuck? First off, just trying to struct this is the easiest way to coordinate the variables between the vertex shader and the fragment shader. Okay. We declare our vertex shader to return a structure of this type. Okay. Next, we create an array of 3 colors. Okay. And instead of returning just an for position, we declare an instance of this a structure, fill it out, and return it. In the fragment shader, we just decide it to take one of these structs as an argument. Okay. Finally, returning to the code. If we run this, you'll see that each time the GPU calls our fragment shader, it passes in a color that was interpolated between the 3 points. I do not understand in the fucking slightest. Let's just show everyone what I'm looking at. No, I don't plan on adding normal maps. That seems a little bit too outside of my scope. So hilariously, so obviously a uniform can be different between things. That's interesting. Why can I? I just find it interesting that I can see the dodgy textures of that chunk and the good textures of this chunk. Like, but from the it's only like when I'm looking this way I can see the good textures. I would have thought because I'm inside the dodgy chunk I'd see the dodgy chunk textures, which means everything's just ever so slightly misaligned. But anyway, I'm just going through this. So it's saying that like the interstage variables are what I'm doing in the shader here. So the fact that I'm like returning a fragment output, no, wait, vertex output? Yeah. The vertex output is like, this is, and apparently it's not actually doing this, but apparently it's supposed to be scaling these values, which makes very little sense to me because it's obviously not. Like otherwise the scale would be different. So well, I guess maybe not because it's the same scale for every point. And the block type's the same for every point. In the same triangle. The world normal is different, but that's also interpolated, so. I guess it is interpolating, it's just the fact that I'm always giving the same values. Anyway, back to our exploration of shaders here. So they're saying like, yeah, if you pass 3 colors out, it'll interpolate between those 3 colors, and then you get a triangle that looks like this. Connected by local. So if the fragment shader we declare it takes a struct in a function. Okay. So there's 3 colors. Then it's for position. Okay. If returning just vec4 for our position, we declare instead of struct fill it out, return it. In the fragment shader, we declare that it take one of the structs as argument. Finally, returning the code. So we get this triangle. Okay. In-stage variables are more often used to interpret texture coordinates across texture while we're covering an article in this texture. Textures. Okay. Although common use interpreted normally across a triangle, which will come in first lighting. Okay. Interstage variable connected by local. And important point, nearly everything, the connection between the vertex shader and the fragment shader is by index. For interstage variables, they get by local index. Okay. To see what I mean, let's change out the fragment shader. It takes a parameter at local 0 instead of the struct. Okay. And we'll see this still works. Okay. So interesting. Built-in. That helps point out another quirk. Our original shader that used the same struct in both the vertex and fragment shader has a field called position. Okay. But it doesn't have a location. Instead, it declares. It was declared as built-in position. Wait. That field is not an interstage variable. Instead, it's a built-in. It happens that built-in position has a different meaning in a vertex shader versus a fragment shader. Okay. In fact, a better way to think about this is a vertex shader and fragment shader are just 2 different functions that happen to have a parameter that has the same name. Imagine we had JavaScript like this. Okay. both these functions have a parameter called position. This is generally not confusing. There's no general confusion. It's similar with the vertex and fragment shader. The built-ins are different and unrelated. Each of them just happens to have built-in name position. Okay, and when we compiling each shader entry point, the BS2 code is read from that entry point alone. Okay, in the vertex shader, position is the coordinate you'll as output that the GPU uses to draw triangles, lines, and points. Okay, in a fragment shader, position is an input. Okay, it's the pixel coordinate of the pixel that the fragment shader is currently being asked to compute a color for. Okay, pixel coordinates are specified from the edge of pixels. The values provided to the fragment shader are the coordinates of the center of the pixel. Okay. If the textures were drawing to was 3 by 2 in size, these would be the coordinates. Interesting. Okay, we can change our shader to use these positions. For example, let's draw a checkerboard. This code above takes F input position, which was declared as built-in position, and converts its XY coordinates to which is an unsigned integer. Is then divided by 8, giving us a count that increases every 8 pixels. It then adds the X and Y grid coordinates together, compute modulo 2, and compares it to the result. This will give us a boolean that is true or false for every other integer. Finally, it uses the function select, which gives us 2 values. Select one of the other based on the boolean condition. Okay, right. Select equals, okay. And JavaScript select is written like this. Okay, yes. Indeed. Okay, checkerboard. Okay, click the option. Okay. Even if you don't use built-in in a fragment shader, it's convenient that if it's there, because it means we can use the same struct for both vertex shader and a fragment shader. Important takeaway is that position struct field is the vertex shader versus is entirely unrelated. They're completely different values. As pointed out above, though, for interstage variables, all that matters is the position question mark is, so it's not necessary to declare different structs for a vertex shader output versus a fragment shader input. Okay, to hopefully make this more clear, the fact that the vertex shader and fragment shader are the same string in our example is just for convenience. We could also split this into separate modules. Okay, don't care, and we'd have to update our pipeline creation to use these. Yes, don't care. To this point, the fact that both these shaders are in the same string to example is just a convenience. It really first passes. In reality, first parses the data to make sure it's syntactically correct, then looks at each entry point you specify separately, looks at the point that each entry point refers, and nothing else. Okay. Shader strings are useful because multiple shaders can share things like structures, bindings, group locations, constants, and functions. But from PV, which it's as if you did duplicate all of them once for each entry point. Okay, it is not that common to generate a checkerboard using position checkerboards. The patterns are far more commonly implemented using textures. In fact, okay. Interpolation settings. Okay. Maybe that's what it's referring to. I don't know. We saw above that interstage variables, the output of the vertex shader are interpolated when to the function shader. There are 2 sets of settings that can modify this behavior: interpolation type and interpolation sampling. Setting them to anything other than the defaults is not too common, but there are use cases which we'll be covering in the other articles. Okay, interpolation type. Perspective values are interpolated in a perspective correct manner. Okay, linear. Values are interpolated in a linear manner, no prospective correction manner. Not okay. Corrected manner. Flat. Values are not interpolated. Interpolated sampling is not used with flat interpolation. Okay, yep. Interpolation sampling. Center interpolation is performed at the center of the pixel. Okay. Centroid interpolation is performed at the point that that lies within all the samples covered by the fragment within the current primitive's value is the same for all samples in the primitive. Okay. Sample interpolation is performed per sample. The fragment shader is invoked once per sample when this attribute is applied. First, you use only with type flat. Okay. Default, the value comes from the first vertex of the primitive base being drawn. Okay. Either is only the value comes from either the first or the last vertex of the primitive being drawn. Okay. Interesting. Didn't really help me with what uniform is, but that's because I was in a different article. We go back to uniform. We talked about, okay, this article talk about uniforms. Uniforms are kind of like global variables for your shader. You can set them, these variables, before you execute the shader, and they'll have these values for the entire iteration of the shader. Okay, wait, they'll have these values for every iteration of the shader. You can set them to something else the next time you ask the GPU to execute the shader. We'll start again with the triangle example in the first article to modify the sum uniforms. Okay, so var uniform our struct. Okay. First we declare the struct has 3 members. Okay, then we declare a uniform variable with the type of that struct. The variable is our struct and the type is our struct. Okay. Next we change what is returned when the vertex shader from the vertex shader to use the uniform. Okay. We can see we multiply the vertex position by scale and then add the offset. This will let us set the size of the triangle and position. We also change the fragment shader to return other colors from the uniform. Okay. Now that we set up the shader to use uniforms, we can create a buffer on the GPU to hold values for them. This is an area where if you never dealt with native data size, there's a bunch to learn. It's a big topic. If you don't know how to lay out structs in memory, please go read this article. Let's go back, and this article assumes you already read it. Okay, I don't care. Having read this article, you can now go ahead and fill out the buffer data that machine instruct shader. First, we make a buffer and assign it using flags so it can be used with uniforms and so that we can update out by copying data to it. Okay. And then we make a type array so we can set values in JavaScript. Okay. Create a type array to hold the value of the uniform JavaScript. And then and we'll fill out 2 of the values in our struct that won't change later. The offset are computed using what is okay. Above we're setting the color to green. Offset will move the triangle to the left 1/4 of the canvas and draw 1/8. Remember, clip space goes from -1 to 1, which is 2 units wide. So 0.25 is 1/8 of 2. Okay, next, as diagram shows in the first article, to tell the shader about our buffer, we need to create a bind group and bind to the buffer. We then we need to pass group 1 and bind. Okay. Now, sometimes before we submit our command buffer, we need to start set the running values, uniform values, and then copy those values to the buffer on the GPU. We'll do this on top of our render function. Okay, but I'm still confused. They're setting the scale to half and it's okay. Pastels. Okay. For this single triangle, state when the drawing command is executed is something like this. Internal state, attribute, vertex shader, fragment shader, render pass, texture view, texture, canvas, bind group, uniform buffer. Up until now, all the data we've used in our shader was either hard-coded, like the triangle vertex position in the vertex shader, and the color of the fragment shader. Now that we're able to pass values into the shader, we can call draw multiple times with different data. Okay, we could draw in different places with different offset scales, colors by updating our single buffer. It's important to remember though that that our commands get put in a command buffer. They are not actually executed until we submit them. Okay, so we cannot do this. Bad for x minus 1 this they set offset device q right buffer pass draw 3. Okay, pass end finish encoding and submit the command equals encode dot finish device submit command buffer. Because we you can see above, the device q xxx function happens on a queue, but the pass x xxx function just encodes a command in the command buffer. We will actually, when we actually call submit with our command buffer, the only thing in our buffer will be the last values we wrote. We could change it to this. Okay, so uniform set this right buffer that. Okay, const encode, create command encoder, const pass encoder, begin render pass decoder, pass set pipeline set bind group 0 bind group 1 draw pass to end finish command submit. This code above bad slow updates one buffer, creates one command buffer, adds commands to draw one thing, then finishes the command buffer and submits it. This works, but right, they've moved that into the loop. They've pushed it up. Okay. Okay. This works, but is slow for multiple reasons. The biggest is that it's best practice to do more work in a single command buffer. So instead, we can create one uniform buffer per thing we want to draw, and since buffers are used indirectly through bind groups, we also need one bind group per thing we want to draw. Then we can pull all the things we want to draw into a single command buffer like this. Let's finish the next function. So rand min max if min equals undefined, min equals 1, max equals 1, else if max undefined, okay. Return min math.random times wait, what? Okay, that's just making it, okay, very confusing. And now let's set up a buffer with a bunch of colors and offsets so we can draw a bunch of individual things, offsets to the values uniform in float indices. Okay. Wait, what? Create a okay. We now we're not setting the value in our buffer yet because we want to take into account the aspect of the canvas, and we won't know the aspect of the canvas until rendering time. At rendering time, we can update all the buffers with the correct adjusted aspect scale. Okay, I don't really know what it's doing, but okay. Again, so fuck, when you go render. So did you just make like lots of buffers? Is that what you're saying? Const uniform buffer device.create buffer. Or you can just device from label uniform for object I size uniform buffer size. Okay. We're not setting the value. No, okay. You just okay. But that the encoding and pass The encode and pass objects are just encoding commands into the method. Wait, that. So when the render function exits, we're effectively issuing these commands in order. Update 1 with object 1, object 1. Okay. Execute commands that draws 100 things, each with its own unique buffer. Okay. While we're here, one more thing to cover. You're free to reference multiple uniform buffers in your shader. In our example above, every time we draw, we update the scale, and then we to update uniform values for that object to be corresponding uniform buffer. But only the scale is being updated. Color and offset are not. So we're wasting time updating color and offset. We can split the uniforms into that need to be set once and uniforms that are updated each time we draw. Okay. Don't quite follow. It's just like split scale out. Okay. When we need 2 uniform buffers per thing, we Wait, what? Why are they padding it? 4 times 4, 2 times 4. Okay, offset the value of it. Okay, there are only set once, so set them now. What? Okay, nothing changes in our rendering code. The binding groups for each group contains references to both uniform buffers for each object, just as before. We are updating the scale, but now we're only updating the scale when we call to update the uniform buffer that holds the scale value. Whereas before we're updating the color, offset, and scale of each object. Okay, well, is simple example splitting into multiple uniform buffers was probably overkill. It's common to split based on what changes and when. Examples might include one uniform buffer for that are shared. Okay. For example, a project matrix, view matrix, or camera matrix. Since often these are the same for all things we want to draw, we can just make one buffer and have all objects use the same unique buffer. Specify separately. Our shader might reference another uniform buffer that contains just the things that are specified to this object, like the world model matrix and its normal matrix. Another uniform buffer might contain material settings. These settings might be shared by multiple objects. We'll do much with this. Okay, that really didn't enlighten me at all at what the fuck a uniform is, so I guess we just leave it at that. So my guess is that a uniform means like make a buffer. So I should, if I do that, ooh, type isn't space handle. Okay, interesting. All right, so weird. Okay, so I can't not have it. So all right. Let's go back to the to-do list. What are we doing? Adding per block face overrides. Right. So again, that really didn't goddamn narrow it down. All right. So what we need to do is array. An array seems like a way of doing this, not nearly the best way of doing this, but that's more to do with the fact that I think it's just a bad idea to I'm capping the number of blocks at 255. 1 byte's all you get. How do I that's what I wanted to see if like the WGSL equivalent of a hash map. That I think it's auto completing it. Why is it a mesh? Why is it a var? Why is it an array? All very good questions. I feel like it has to be an array. But how do I get what's storage? What's var? What's read? What? Okay. Something. What is a var? What is the storage? I see. I don't know if this is actually valid. WGSL. It is. What is the storage? What is the var? What is read? What is this? This is not what I think. I don't know ever. Was it in another like tab entirely? Yeah. Okay. This seems like a somewhat valid place to find shit. Storage. That just took me. Okay, fuck off. Storage buffer. So storage read. Okay, so well, I think we made like a good step in the right direction with that one. Let's close you. Let's bring you down. Let's bring these onto the. It's pretty weird. I want to bring these onto the same window so I don't have to keep shifting around everywhere. I really should close some of my windows. Anyway, so storage buffer. This article is about storage buffers and continues from where the previous article left. What was the previous article? Uniforms. Okay. Right. Yep. Cool. Did I actually finish the previous article? I think I did. Pretty sure it was like, yeah, we can just queue right buffer. Split. Another might contain material settings. Things. These settings might be shared with multiple items. We do much of this when we cover 3D drawing. Up next is storage buffers. Okay, so storage buffers. Okay, similar to uniform buffers in many ways. If all we did was change uniform to storage the example from the previous page works just fine. In fact, here are the differences without renaming variables to have more appropriate names. Okay, and then there are no changes. We just okay. Differences between a uniform buffer and a storage buffer. The major difference between a uniform buffer and a storage buffer are the uniform buffers can be faster for their typical use case. It really depends on your use case. A typical app will need to draw lots of different things, say in a 3D game. That might draw cars, buildings, rocks, bushes, people, etc. Each of these will require passing in orientations and material properties similar to what our example above passed in. In this case, using uniform buffer is recommended solution. Storage buffers can be much larger than uniform buffers. By default, the maximum size of a uniform buffer is 64K. By default, the maximum size of a storage buffer is 128 meg. Jeez, yeah, that's a big difference in size. All implementations are required to support at least these sizes. We'll cover how to check for and request larger limits in detail in another article. Storage buffers can be read-write. Uniform buffers are read-only. Okay. We saw an example of writing to storage buffers in the compute shared example. Okay. Seeing with storage buffers. Given the first 2 points above, let's take our last example and change it to draw all 100 triangles in a single draw call. This is a use case that might fit storage buffers. I saw say might because again, to be similar to other programming languages, there are many ways to achieve the same thing. array dot for each versus constant element versus for array dot plus plus. Each has its uses. The same is true for WGPU. Each thing we try to do has multiple ways to achieve it. When it comes to drawing triangles, all cares about is we return a value for position for the vertex shader and return a color value for location 0 for the fragment shader. The first thing we'll do is change our storage declaration to runtime sized array. Okay. A runtime sized array. Then we'll change the shader to use these values. Okay. Okay. Interesting. We added a new parameter to our vertex shader called instance index and give it the built-in int attribute, which means it gives its value from each instance drawn. When we call draw, we can pass a second argument for number of instances, and for each instance drawn, the number of the instance being processed will be passed in our function. Using instance index, we can get specific struct elements from the array struct. We also need to get color from the correct array and use it in our fragment shader. The fragment shader doesn't access to, because that would make no sense. Yeah, okay, fair enough. We could pass it an interstage variable, but it would be more common to look up the color in the vertex shader and just pass the color. Okay, to do this, we use another struct like okay. Now we modify the way you should. Let's update JavaScript. Here's the setup. Don't care. Storage, copy destination. Okay, above we create two storage buffers, only the right. That's so we fill it with sharp. We make one. We just make one bind group that references both buffers. The new rendering code is this. Okay. The code instances for each instance. We call the index shader 3 times with the one instance. Okay. We managed to draw 100 triangles each with a different scale, color, and offset with a single draw core for similar situations where we want to draw lots of instances of the same object. This is one way to do it. Using storage buffers for vertex data. Until this point, we've used a hard-coded triangle directly in our shader. One use case for storage buffers is to store vertex data, just like we index the current storage buffer from instance index. To in our example above, we could index another storage buffer with the vertex index. Wait, is vertex index its own thing? Is that what you're saying? Built-in vertex index. Vertex index. Okay. We could index another storage buffer with the vertex index to get the vertex data. Okay, interesting. Right. Now we need to set up one more storage buffer with some vertex data. First, let's this code makes a circle for a triangle like this. Okay. Fill the storage buffer like this. Okay, don't care really. Okay. To be honest, don't know if this is at all what we want, but I am curious if I'm able to pass in an array. So I kind of want just like, I need like an array that is, I guess we're gonna make like a struct block face override, right, which is going to consist of nothing, I guess. And then you're just an array of face overrides. Face override. Okay. Does that work? Kind of, maybe. I want you to hold a line. Okay. Block. Oh, type. Can I make you a U8, or is a U8 not a thing? Okay. U16. Unpack. Block type. Offset. Which is then also going to be a U2. Okay. Now, I'm assuming when I save this, you're going to apparently work just fine. Failed to build value final model is invalid. Is that this saving? No, surely not. Yeah, so you're rendering fine. My question is, how do I actually set this data? Like, I'm assuming I go back to my like simple shader here, and then I like be something like fucking, what would it be? It would be a storage 3. I don't. No, this is override. Okay, and then you're not a. You can be a vector of U3 U3. U3. And then it's just going to be overrides vec new. And then you go, hey, you're complaining because you have no way of converting a vec32 into a storage buffer. Interesting. Prelude handle. Okay, expected a reference to a shader storage buffer. Found a referenced. Okay, so interesting. So what I'm looking for, which this is where I kind of wish I knew how to do fucking regular expressions, is we're gonna go to the Bevy code. We're gonna go, hey Bevy, what the fuck kind of, where do you use, just search all Bevy for the storage open. Okay, so you need to be read only. Storage read only. Okay. So handle storage buffer. So where the hell did you get that from? Okay, so actually it's in the examples, which probably means it's going to be slightly easier to do. So let me pop this open over here. I already got to stop doing that. I got so many fucking tabs that I keep making more. You pop onto this so that we can have a look at it. Okay, so this is the example shader storage buffer. So somehow they set up this storage buffer. I don't know how they got this handle to the storage buffer. But interestingly, custom material handle custom. Okay, so how did it get this storage buffer? Where did you get the storage buffer? Okay, set up res asset shader storage buffer. Color data. So you have to fill it in there. So what that means is, first off, we can't have a default implementation apparently. Oh, that's not fun. Example data for our storage buffer. Okay, but with it. Okay. I don't think this is gonna work, but we can do something along the lines of struct. Wait, maybe we would. So first off, you need to be a handle. Wait, storage. Shader storage buffer. and then we need to go import from world for the voxel material. What the fuck? Overrides world resource add shader buffer default. Okay. But like, I'm not entirely sure how I. Okay. So, oh, what the fuck is your problem? Okay, so that works now. So we can't apparently resource it. Okay. So the dislike here is that also, how the hell do you know what the storage buffer assets type? I'm assuming it's the buffer descriptor here. The buffer descriptor, which is a buffer descriptor is a label, a size, a usage, buffer usage, and map on creation, boolean false. Okay. Label. Okay. Buffer address. Size of the buffer in bytes. Used of users of the buffer. If the buffer is used in any way that isn't specified here, the operation will panic. Okay, but like map read. Ooh, map read. Okay, as a buffer to be mapped from reading using. Okay, this does not include creating a buffer with if map right copy as the buffer to be the source buffer for a copy buffer to buffer. Copy destination index allows a buffer to be the index of a index buffer in a draw operation. Vertex allows a buffer to be the vertex buffer. Uniform allows a buffer to be a uniform inside a bind group. Allows it to be a storage, indirect, queue resolve. Okay. Interesting. To be honest, really would rather just say uniform array and call it a day. Just say uniform. Uniform. Like so. Array. Base array. Okay. Now go back to our shader or wherever that happens to be. Here, and we're gonna say actually, can you just not with the with the this and that can we just replace this with default default for vertex shader. Cool. So overrides, which instead we need you to be uniform. Oh. Yeah, uniform. So uniform 3. I don't know what this read only is going to do. Nothing apparently. And then you don't be a handled or storage buffer. I don't know what type. Can I put like? Can I just have like a vector? I don't know. I just feel like if I had a vector that was just like a U32, U32. And then overrides is just vector. I don't know. You're gonna tell me that this can't be done? Yeah. Okay. Didn't think so. Okay. So it can be shader sizes. Bevy core pipeline. So auto extract uniform, bloom uniform, car uniform. Okay. So it can be an array of n, but it can't be a vector. All right. fine. You get to be an array of U32 by so an array of U32 by U32 by U32 by 256, I want to say. Render and shader size is not satisfied. The fuck do you mean shader size? Okay, right, so it can't be that because it has to be T, so can we say like U32? Okay, so I can, and then you just start like an array of U32. U32 by 256. This seems like it's going to end up being real dodgy. Well, actually, you should be right. All right, so we then want to go here. I want to say, actually, I don't think this is going to work. I think you're just going to crash immediately because it's not going to be the right type. Kind of want to like implement and function and whatnot. Yeah, see, immediate crash. My assumption is because you expected some kind of type and I didn't give you that type. And so you're going to be cross. Okay, let's see. What did you say? Array struct must be a multiple of 16. Current struct 4. What? What do you mean? Current struct must be a multiple of 16. Current struct 4. Current stride 4. Right. Okay. So what it's saying is I can't pass in just the U32. Is it U128? Right, that's 16, isn't it? But you don't have a type for that. Okay. You ready? Okay, you won't let me pass in a U8 either. It has to be a U32, F32, I32, U32. Is that because I've specified that you are this? So I just said like, if I just did that, is that what the problem is? Is that because I've specified that you're this wide and it's just like it's not liking that I'm passing in data that's a different size? That's probably it actually. Nope. Okay. So yeah, 32 divided by 8 is 4 bytes, yeah. So it's saying I need to step at least 16 bytes, but I'm only stepping fucking 4 bytes. Fuck, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know how to set this up. So, but you won't let me. Oh, what? What do you mean? Why can't I just? No, but you won't let me do like by 4. Okay, apparently it will let me do that. It feels like it's going to really slow things down unnecessarily, but we should also, like, I've been benchmarking stuff, but okay. Is this going to crash? Is this going to slow things down? Is it going to speed things up? Who knows? It's almost certainly not going to speed things up. We're dumb. So what am I considering? First off, I probably need to okay, so it's still crashing because apparently my stride is okay. Where the fuck are you pulling the size from? TA shader type, uniform, compact, assert.
self.metadata alignment. Okay. So you're saying array stride must be multiple of 16 but what? I don't get it because I'm literally passing you an array of U4. So I vec 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 3 vec 4. Is that gonna work? Maybe not, but we'll find out. Vec for F32. Oh wait. 0. This is a terrible way of doing it. Now we're passing in vec 4s, which is not what I was passing in. I don't understand how I'm supposed to set stride to anything but 4, even like an array of 4. It's not the shader crashing, I don't think, at least. Okay, apparently that worked, which is very, very weird. So, why are you complaining? Failed to build a global variable is invalid. Okay, why is it invalid? Alignment required for address space uniforms are not meant. Why? The array stride 4 is not a multiple of the required alignment of 16. So what you're telling me is I don't really want to use an array because an array forces me to have an alignment of 16. I kind of just want to pass in a big blob of data now because it seems funnier that way. WGSL types. Arrays. Fixed size arrays. So I can specify I32 7. So I can make it as a constant array. I32 2 times 3 plus 1. First fib. Okay. Wait, element count can be a constant expression? What the fuck? That. Okay. So I can make a constant size array. Okay. Runtime sized arrays can only be used with storage buffer. Okay, well that would explain a little bit. The runtime sized array either covers the whole buffer or is the last member of a struct that describes the whole buffer. The element count is determined at runtime. It's as large as it can be while still fitting within the size of the buffer binding associated with the variable. Okay, use the array length built-in function to get the element count. Runtime sized arrays can be indexed but can't be passed around like other values. Okay, so I think what I need is just the fixed size array. So it says a fixed times array is declared as array Tn, where T is the element type with some restrictions, and N is the element count. In most cases, N is constant expression. Okay, with the one exception above, fixed sized array values can be used like plain base, for example, in expressions passed functions, arguments returned from functions, assigned to a variable, or used as an initializer for a variable, declared variable. Okay, there's one exception to this rule when an array is used as the type of a working group variable and can be an override expression. This means the array size can be adjusted at pipeline creation time. It's still fixed before the shader executes. Okay, so does that translate to, if I say array face thingamabob, comma 256, that would make you a fixed size array, which would in turn mean that you'd work? I don't know. I feel like this is now going to crash because it's going to be the wrong type. It complained, argument required for address space uniform are not met. The array struct 4 is not a multiple of the argument 616. That's really annoying. So base override, can we just say like block type? I'm just gonna go with like 1, 2, 3. Okay, that compiled. Question. You're 0. Can I just make you 1? Like, are you actually passing the data in as I expect you to pass the data in? Almost certainly not. But now we'll have access to data, which apparently I'm passing in U32s with. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do something like really fucky data manipulation or something. Okay, anyway, so we're gonna say I guess okay, so I guess we'll just read the first one. We say if was it override? No, that's a built-in. What did I call it? Mesh world from, what the fuck? Why is it called mesh world from local? That is not what I called it. Well, I guess that's what the AI called it. That's really dumb. What do we want to call it? Face overrides. Okay, anyway. If face overrides 0 dot what was it called? Block type. Block type does not equal 0. Then we want to say I guess we want to go like, come down here where we can fuck with the colors a little easier. We say like ts dot r equals 1. We say, hey, that if this value isn't, oh look, well, that does in fact mean we are like passing in valid information, which is strange to say the least. So first off, this needs to be 256 divided by 4, which I know is 64, but that's divided by 6 divided by 4. We're doing it this way because I'm trying to like represent the data to anyone else reading it, like where this number is coming from. It's 256 divided by 4. So we're dividing by 4 because we have fucking 4 bytes that we are currently transferring. Why? What trait do you actually need to implement so that I can use a block override? Okay, cannot find type in this scope. Yeah, okay, so we need to go like struct block override. And then we say block A, which is a U32. And then we say block B, C, and D, if you haven't worked out where I'm going with this. Okay, you need to derive default. Derive. Oops. Derive default. Okay, like so. And then we say you are just block override default, and then we need to also implement I guess clone and copy. So okay, so you're complaining because you do not implement debug. Okay, well, it's easy enough to do. Okay, now what do you not implement? Okay, so the trait bound, so shader size. Okay, so we need to import shader size. So we need to say something like import shader size. We're going to qualify, so I don't have to remove it later for block overrides. So, is that it? Is that what you want? No. Okay. Can we get like implement the missing members? I don't. No. Okay, so you're like missing other traits is what's happening here. So shader size, which then requires it where you implement shader type. So let's import shader type. Type. Qualify. Bevy. Render type for block overrides, and then we go, can you implement this in? Okay, minimum size, which is self.metadata. What the fuck? Assign the self such that self meets the requirements of the uniform address space restrictions of stored values and the uniform address space layout contains. Okay, example array. Panic since runtime size arrays are not compatible with the uniform address space restrictions of stored values. Okay, okay. Will panic since the stride is 4 bytes. Will panic since the stride is 16 bytes. Okay, struct derive shader type. Okay, so can we just derive shader type, please? Okay. So what were you saying about shader type? So you're saying, okay, so yep. So say derive this size runtime. Okay, invalid. Okay, will panic since runtime sized arrays are not compatible with uniform address space storage values. Okay, whereas okay, will panic since inner struct size must be multiple of inner struct size. B. Okay, offset between field A and B must be at least 16. Currently 4. Offset between, okay, will not panic fixed via a line attribute. Okay. Valid assert uniform compact will not panic fixed. Wait, what? Wait. Doesn't that just make it really big? What I want is to just be able to take in like 4 bytes, 16 bytes. Goddamn bind group bullshit. How do I get the bind group to let me take in a fucking... I'm 90% sure the shader has like a 4x8 byte thing, right? Somewhere. Okay, so there's like a test 4 by U8 pack 4 by U8 unpack. Okay, so that implies there's a 4x U8. Okay. Is it X? Fucking 4x U8. Oh, that's a 3, 8. So not a real size. Okay. I don't understand this bit. This is throwing me. So vectors. Right. Abstract numerics, float, integer. So I don't care. Okay. Create scalars, assign to component 32-bit integer. An unsigned 32-bit integer, boolean. Okay. Metric, a matrix. Okay. Structure. Right. I don't care about that. Atomics, pointers. All right. So I still do not understand how I'm supposed to get data into this thing that's not massive in size, because the idea is to like not be transferring this shit all over the place. So can I like possibly just be like data like this? So you're saying I can't do that because size. Thank you. Carry you. So what is your complaint? Drive macro something can't in this scope. Okay, so we have to like let's qualify that one. Nope, that was the wrong one. We want to qualify that one. Okay, so that works, but this doesn't. Well, apparently this does. Okay, I don't trust that one for a second. Doesn't this said like it was gonna be crashing all the time? Okay, let's find out. So base overrides, let's just go with that and go. You don't like that because first off, you're not 256. You're 256 divided by 4. Okay, so can't use you because you're not a multiple. But okay, so blocked. Alright, so up, A. Okay. Then we go B, C, and D. We go save. And then we go, okay. You don't have a problem with that. Like that works here? No. So we're gonna say block type 0 dot wherever the fuck this is. Block. Nope, here, block A. If block A does not equal 0, set that red, and then we're gonna exit this, and we're gonna go, hey, does this work? The idea being that I'll be able to implement like this type so that
it'll be a pain in the ass to use, but in theory, you'll be able to pass in a structured data that I'll be able to decipher on the other end into what equivalently is an override of like, I want to say like you can specify a block type and then a face, or the face. Actually, technically, wouldn't the the index into the array would specify the block type. Then it would be 4 bytes. No, so we have 32 bits. 32 bits. And the 32 bits have to somehow, I guess you could use 4 bits to flag. No, 6 bits would flag which faces get overwritten. And then calculator. And then we go 32 minus 6 gives us 26 bits left divided by 6. Is that a nice number of bits? Not really. So yeah, 4 bits. 4 bits would mean that 2 to the 4 is like 16, I want to say. No, 2 to the 4 is 16. 2 to the 4 is 16. So you could step up to 16 steps. The other way to do it would be like the number of bits set tells you the number of bits to check, meaning that if you only override one face, you can step really far into your text atlas, but if you override all the faces, I technically only need 5 bits, so it would be 32 minus 5. 27 bits divided by 5. 5 bits, so that's, you could step up to 32. The idea of you only need 5 is that theoretically you would never be overriding all 6 faces because you would just set the block equal to the initial face. Anyway, this doesn't I didn't make it more complicated. Okay, so this crashed because it said that the array stride. Okay, I love how it can't compile time check that for some reason. Okay, so we're gonna go here, we're gonna go here, we're gonna say block underscore A. Right, then U, B, C, and D. And we go, okay, you can have default. And then we go main and we go run. Okay, so if this doesn't crash, that implies that we are passing in all the data and all the blocks shouldn't be red because the data we're passing in is 0. That's all I need you to do, is not crash because I'm passing in zeros. Good start. Okay. So next we go. This is really out of order. I should really be implementing this. No, this. Because then my actual map generation will work, but I'm getting distracted. Anyway, let's commit something before we break something. This is all not relevant. I don't know what this did, but it should be good. This is all not relevant, but that's all relevant. That's all relevant. That's, I guess, I think the face override stuff's not there. Okay. So simple shader, it's probably not entirely relevant. This is getting into the realm of I don't really know. That can go to, that was, okay, this is add atlas size to shader. Okay. Okay, so now we're back doing our per face override. Okay, so back to this now that we have committed this. Okay, so what I need to do is go and implement functionality. So the first one is, I think this needs to be private, which, okay. Then we need to import voxel material, and we need to say kind of want to go chunk data. Apparently I can't do. I can't make it private, because if I make it private, then you can't construct it like that. God damn it. It's fine. Kind of wish that wasn't like the thing that happened. I wish you could use the default constructor like that. But anyway, okay. So we're gonna say pub set override override. Okay, so our override needs to specify. First it needs itself. We need a block, which is going to be a U8. Okay. So the override is going to specify. Do we make an override? Override struct override. Okay. Okay. Thing is, I kind of want to implement this shit in such a way that I can then like customize how it works. So you would be block override, which is going to consist of top, which would be the default. Let's find out on this. What comes first? We're just purely going off arbitrarily picking what Minecraft was doing, which is that the top is overridden. So I guess that means that it's like, I guess front it's not static, it's struct. Struct, that's probably why it's very confused. Front. Okay, so first off, you need to consist of a bool and a I guess a U8. Back, left, come on, you got this, right, top, bottom. Cool. All right, so okay, block override. So then you take in a block and a block override. Oh, I've just realized. Override? That feels wrong. Override. Okay. We know it's right because it became a thing. And then so this is block override. Okay. So instead of doing this, we say option non zero U8. We could also say a non-zero I8. That would theoretically allow you to hop backwards, but that seems like a really bad idea because I actually don't want you to hop backwards. Because that would just halve the stride width that you could do. So we concluded that we don't want top to be front. By default, front is the block, so you can't override front. We need to import this. Thank you. So the way this is going to work is, thank you. Thank you, but this needs to, I guess, can we instead say something along the lines of debug assert? Yeah, no, you had it. Debug. You fuck it there. Block index was out of bounds. Okay, let override unity be immutable reference to self.override index. If we actually want to override you, if let sum, so override. Okay. So if back, I want to say, wait, what? Okay, that's not correct. We want to match offset. Oop. So then we're going to say 0 is okay. So fucking. All right, fine. You are equal to self dot overrides index. Okay, like so. Then we say let mute override equals match. What is going on with it? It is losing its fucking mind. Match offset. Which is 0 returns override dot block A, B, C, D, and unreachable. Thank you. Okay. So, I actually don't know if we need to do that at all, to be honest. Yeah, no, we probably don't need to do that at all. That can happen at the end here. So, it's more like need you to be immutable reference to this. We need to match. Then we need to say that you. So up here we need to say let mute byte 1 equals 0, and this is byte. Well, I guess this is byte 0. Byte 1, byte 2, byte 3, and they all equal 0 for now. And then we do this, and we go here. And we go, okay, so we match this, then we say override match this, and we say that your override to block A equals, then we're going to say let data equal byte 0. Okay, cool. Then we say data. We don't do this. Match. Can I just do that and say equals data? I actually don't know if that'll work. Probably not. It's probably just safer to do that. Okay. Then okay. So we need to say byte 0 forward equals 1 left is byte. Let's see how quickly it picks up on byte 0 or equals 1 bit shifted 1. I wonder if it'll get this one. Bit shifted 2, bit shifted 3, and bit shifted 4. Okay, so we do that, and then we say, okay, so if back, bit shift this, 1, 2, so that's going to consume our first 5 bytes, and then I kind of want to just leave the first byte as a like a marker byte, which would mean that we have 24 by 5. Damn, we need like one more bit to get to 5. Okay, annoying. You know what? We should instead just do something like byte just equals this, and then we just say 0 or equals 1 byte. Why is this just data at this point? I don't know. Getting a bit confusing. I need you to be byte 0, and then we just need to like F2U and call you to data. Like so. Alright, then we go here and we go data or equals 1 data shift equals 1. Shift to make space for the next bit. Now, annoyingly, so they all just do exactly the same thing. Okay. And then we already have data, so we can literally just leave everything the same. Okay, so non-zero. I don't think non-zero is. I think, is there a way I can use the fact that it's non-zero to specify something? So first up, we want to go here and want to say like debug bug assert debug assert back.get is less than. Okay. Is it? So we got 5 bytes. So we got five bits to work with, I'm pretty sure. So we would say 2 to the 5. 2 to the 5 is 32. So it's not 16 if it's greater than equal to 32. So we need to like do this. Except you should not be called back, you should just be called data. Or stride. Okay, paste this, paste this, paste this, paste this, paste this, paste this. Okay. This is back override. And this is left. Left override. this, do this, do this, do this. Okay. So accept. We probably should have actually written the rest of the code. All right. So we don't want to just move it 1. We want to move it like 6, don't we? And then we want to 6, 6, 6, 6. All right. Then we want to data 4 equals stride get as usize, and then data shift 1. Shift equals 1. I'm really hoping that the compiler's got my back here and it's just going to fix up a lot of this shit in terms of like, this is just really inefficient. Admittedly, this is code that's like only intended to be run like at startup, so it shouldn't be too bad. Like, you shouldn't be dynamically changing this, so even if it was really slow. Anyway, the idea is that you state that you're setting a block, and then you set the override, and then the override, we pack all that data in, and then we go, how many bits were we left? So we're using 6 times 5. 6 times 5, which is 30 bits. There's 2 bits left, so we could have 2 flag bits for something. I don't know. I don't know what you would set with these 2 bits. Anyway, is more private than the items. Okay. So first off, block override here needs to be pub. And pub. Technically, I think I actually want you to be like fn. No, we're going to import block override. So we're going to say new, and new is just going to return itself, which is all of them set to none, and then we're going to say pub back left top bottom. Okay, cool. So okay, then we're gonna fucking fine. We'll get rid of that. We're gonna replace it with fucking default. Drive default. Thank you. Okay, so then struct. Oh no, public. That's what we're doing. So we need a pub. Okay. So with that set to public, we now should be able to pass in any override we like on any block we like. So I want to say it was specifically graphs is like 77 or something. Because again, I've got it hard coded in here somewhere. 77. So okay, cool. So we've decided that the front block is the default block. So when we go back to map here and we say, hey, when I'm creating this material too, what's wrong with Phoxels? Phoxels is a great name. So first off, we want to say like let material let technically wasn't my idea. Someone else suggested it in a previous stream, and I thought it was fucking genius. So block overrides. So I have to expose that publicly somehow. So we have to go to lib. If you can come up with a better name, I'll happily use a better name. But Phoxels to me is like a great fucking name. Crate simple shader. It's got like block overrides, and we also probably want to. We also need to include block override, which is too similar of a name. We need a better name for that. Because it's let's go to YouTube. Go to my channel. go PHOX. That's it. That's just like in English, PH makes the F sound, so PHOX is pronounced Fox, and my channel is PhaestusFox, so PHOX. That's it. That's simple. Anyway, overrides, which is block overrides default. Then we're going to say mutable. Thank you. Mute. Then we go here and we say you get overrides. Okay, cool. You just get given overrides, and then we say overrides dot set. Oh, no. It's probably private. That's probably why. So they're all public. Somewhere down here. I don't remember where I put it. Where did I put it? Block over. Did I not add it? I definitely fucking added it. Right, where we call it on the material itself. That's not correct. This is supposed to be block overrides, which I guess technically we should add it to the material as well. Wait, if index is greater than self.len, self.len. Wait, what? Yes. Okay, that would actually explain it. No, it definitely needs to go into that. We need to specify that we actually kind of want the material to be mutable. Then we want to go like get rid of that bit. I guess technically it's. I don't know why this AI just sometimes goes a bit crazy. Material override. Override. Which is going to equal this custom material, and then you are material with override. Okay, so then we say overrides is just override. Is this? We just leave it as dot default. Dot default. Okay. Then we come down here and we say material with overrides dot set override. And it's block 77, and our override data, which is override. Okay, so let data equal the fuck. Okay, it's hilarious, but no. Is an override. Block override. Yeah. Block override. No. Default. You don't apparently have a default? No, I just didn't import you. What the fuck? It's block override. Thank you. Now I need to import block override. Okay, there we go. And then we go, you need to be mutable. So then we see it say like override dot pop with a stride of 1. Thank you. Okay, so we need to say import into non 0 u8 dot into Wait, did that work? I mean, technically that works, but that's because you don't implement it, do you? I hate you so much. Can I just say U8? These are all just going to take in U8s. And then we're just going to debug assert that the U8 is not 0. and then like use some unsafe code. Debug assert stride greater than 0, less than 32. Oh, copy, paste, 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 paste. Then we want to go something like some unsafe, some non-zero unchecked. There you go, cool. Let's do this, paste this, paste this, paste this, paste this. New unchecked. Okay, so then we go here, we say something along the lines of safety, we ensure stride is on 0 and within bounds. And paste, 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 paste. I don't know. Just it's good like that. So then we say here, we say top, and we pass in 1, and we say set override 77, use override data, like so, and then cannot move. What do you mean cannot move? Set override, and then we pass in material 2, which apparently doesn't need to be mutable. So why? Cannot move. Top takes. Oh no, top doesn't take in self. What do you? Okay, apparently. Okay, weird. So top is 1. Apparently, I've made that chaining, which is fine. It's a bit weird that that's how the AI decided to interpret it, but I'll take it. So set override, set data. Then if I run this, yeah. If I run this, it should override the value 77, which at the moment isn't going to do anything because we're still overriding it manually. So now the issue with this is that I would like to keep the shader running reasonably. I don't know. Oh, right. But I don't know what I did to make the fucking frame rate go up a few hundred, but that's because I'm only rendering a tiny fraction of what I used to be rendering. Right. So then what we need to do is go. No, we need to fix our thing. It would be nice to do what I'm doing here, but in my head, what I'm thinking is I want to be able to check the top 8 bits of the I want to check the top 8 bits of the byte of the U8, and if the top 8 bits are set, if at least one of them is set, it means that there's an override. If none of them are set, then there's no override. So I can just get the index check and then keep moving. Like I don't have to like decipher each one. Whereas I guess technically what you could do that by saying is greater than this, but like what, not equal to 0. Get the value not equal to 0, then work out exactly how much stride to take on each face. But to be honest, I guess actually, because what we could do is like work out specifically which block it is. I guess that'll work. So let's go. Did this crash or did I close it? I think I closed it. So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go like yeah, I closed it. Cool. So we need to decipher exactly what block where is. So let's go here and be like, let face equal -1. I don't know if that's actually like a valid way of doing that, but we're going to say if if absolute of x is greater. No, okay. So we just need to go like, hey, if world normal dot that's not how you spell world normal dot x is greater than 1 or greater than 0.5, then you are face equals 1. If it's less than, your face equals. Okay, so the deciphering of that is that is like the wrong ordering to be doing that in. What did I do? I said back, left, right, top, bottom. So back would be okay. So positive x is right. So let's go here, go here, go. All right, so it's back, oh, there, left, right, top, bottom. Okay, take that, paste that in here so I can reference it. Okay, so back needs to be 0. Well, actually, technically, back needs to be the highest number. So back being positive z, I believe. Something's negative z, it could be in front. Wait, no, negative z, yeah, negative z moves away from the camera, so positive z, I guess. Okay. I'm just going to light them up according to their face. Actually, this won't help. It doesn't really matter as long as I assign it correctly. Okay, so I think you being 4 being first, then left would be 3, right would be 2, which is the other x, 2, top is positive, and that is negative. All right, so first off, apparently var face. Okay, so we now have picked which face we are currently, which is good. And if we end up with face -1 somehow, something's terribly wrong. We should like return some other color. I'm not sure. Haven't quite worked that out. So what's next? So brain. What we need to do is get our block index, I guess. So I guess yeah, because we calculate before here. So this dp can go up here because this is like not relevant to what we're calculating and doesn't need to be calculated first. So it's gonna get out of the way. So we then say let face override. Yeah, cool. Get the face override. Then we say let override underscore. Okay. Switch face. Okay. Override is a reserved keyword. Okay, so override. Just face override. Override
Okay, match switch on it's in dot block type module 4. Didn't expect found. Okay. I don't like that you can't assign like that. It's annoying. Bar. Okay. Expected switch item case. Okay. So case 0. I don't know how to do a switch statement in WGSL. WGSL switch statement. How the hell do I do a switch statement? Case. Okay. Switch a case. Ugh. Hideous. Face override equals block A. Oh. Yep. And then we just do this like that. Okay, so that gives us U32. Okay. Expected unsigned integer. Maybe. Failed switch expected unsigned integer. Oh, and what'd you get? How is that not an unsigned integer? Invalid switch value. What do you mean? Yeah, it's a 0. That is an unsigned integer. Let index equal in dot block type modulo 4, and then match index. Nope. I don't get it. How is 5? No, 5. How? Why? Expected unsigned integer. Wait, what? What do you mean? Put what? I don't get it. Invalid switch failed to. Oh, what? Okay, fuck you. If fuck you. I'm so done with it. Anyway, so now we have our fucking block type. Wait. Invalid accessor. I don't get it. Wait. Oh, that's down here. That's fine. You can go away. Not using you. Okay, so now it's compiling. We're getting further. So we have our face override. So we say if face override override. Is at the end, one bit shifted face times 6, just to make sure it does it in the right order. I think that's how you do it. It's greater than 0, then wait, technically I think I get away with the fact that I don't even need to set a bit saying that that face is going to move, because theoretically just setting the value greater than, so that would mean that I have 5 faces across 32 bits. Calculate 5 times no, 32 divided by 5. I could have 6 bits of precision, right? Obviously, because I could just the fact that it's not 0, because let's just say, like, if you're not stepping 0, then it's the only time it matters. So in theory, I don't need that bit at the beginning indicating that it's taken, which means that I can up them all like 64 steps. It's not like it matters. I want to maybe reserve a byte. So if I said, because it was 5 times 5 is 25, so that would leave us, ooh, not quite. Damn, so close. All right, we'll actually use the whole thing then. Go back to our. Nah, we'll. Sure. So we're gonna say weirdly, I was never assigning back, which is, so we're gonna say store back store back shift 6, like that, and then shift 6 like that. So again, it's gonna, except I want to, store back shift this and store back shift this. So we're going to say shift 6 6 6. I mean, technically you could just not. Anyway, so we're storing 6 bits, which I'm pretty sure 2 to the 6 128. Right, 2 to the 6, no, 64. Right, no, 64. All right, less than or equal to 64. Wait, just less than. Because if it's equal, then it is actually 7. The 7th bit is set. Ah, 64. No, stay at 32. I know we're only restricted 5 bits. Alright, so shifted 5 bits, 5 bits. Okay. Cool. 5 bits. Then we go back to here. We go invalid access because override block A invalid. If face overrides 0, that was something else. Okay. So we say if face and then shift it 5. So it's not 1 shifted 5. Well, it's how's it fucking work? I'm gonna stop opening calculators. Jesus Christ. One calculator. Just think of calculator. There's a way to go to program a calculator. Thank you. So what do I want? I want 1 shifted that way 5 times equals 32 minus 1 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bits. So that was 1 shifted that way 5 times minus 1. Okay, minus 1. Okay. It's unknown identifier. What did I call it? Face override. You know what? I'm gonna rename you to face over. Damn it. Face. I like face over. It's just such a novel thing for the AI to have come up with. Only where I've selected, please replace face with face over. Thank you. Alright, does it compile now? Nope. Oh, replace. You know what? Okay, face overs. Okay, so you're saying this expression has type I32, a value with elements of type U2 is required here. Why do you have I32? Oh, because I fucking set you to negative. Okay, so let's set you to, so this is like n. Need to somehow indicate that this is wrong. Okay, why are you still I32? Face is, yeah, no, sure, positive. And then times 5 minus 1. So do I have to go like this and say that this is a U32? Expression. Failed. Abstracts may only appear in... The fuck is your problem? It really doesn't like that. Okay, load pointer 81 of type scalar binary greater than scale. It does not like that. Okay, so we're gonna say let bits equals base times 5 minus 1. Can I call you a constant? I don't think so. You're not actually constant. What? Yeah, cool. Okay. Okay, and then we say 1 shifted left bit. Wait, shifted bits. This is probably what went wrong. I need to do that minus 1. Okay. Okay. So U32. I don't know why Faces decided it's a it's an I32. And Naga is expression. Failed to build a final method. Entry point fragment. Abstract types may only appear in constant expressions. I mean abstract types. It's just a 1. Let mask equal. Okay, did it yell at mask now? Abstract int. Okay, so how do I define you as I? I1? U32? Okay, so is that the problem? Is it I just need to say like U32? Like that? And then we go, no, you're complaining because operation and cannot work with scalar with what? What do you mean? So okay, let okay, wait, so mask needs to equal that minus 1, like so. So we're going to work out first off, are you going to give me a good answer? Okay, then we say face is equal to mask. Okay, expression. So Can I not do an AND operation? WGSL AND? Oh, wait, I think I am, because, like, what the fuck am I doing down here? I'm most certainly doing it down here. Does it not like that I'm trying to do it with a arbitrary type? Wow, I guess the smarter thing to do, and I've just realized, because why the fuck am I trying to extract specific? Because that's going to be all like fucked up. Anyway, so instead, what you actually do is you say var let stride strid face over bit shifted left face times times 6 that okay. Does it have a problem with this? It kind of does. This expression has type I32. Value. Why? But why? Okay. Doesn't mind that. And then we need to say ampersand with, it's not 7, it's 31. And then we say, well, I mean, that's just stride. And then we say that our in dot block block type plus equals no, just plus equals stride. Okay, can I assign to this expression? Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna say like var block type equals in dot block type. That's block type plus stride stride, is that how? No, stride. Yep. Then we say technically I think I'm not gonna cap your block. Like you only have 256 blocks, but you can go buck wild with where you put them in the array. So I am just going to say, if you happen to index yourself outside your array, I don't care. Which means that we get to go down here and we just say turn this off, and then grass should still work. Ooh, not quite. How do we end up here? So I mean, it worked. We overrode the top, but by too much, I think. We've ended up in the birch somehow with a sapling. How did we end up at a sapling? We obviously added more than one. You know what? Nope, still don't get it. How did we end up? How did we end up adding 2? Did I just set it to 2? How did I end up adding 2? Somewhere I set the material. Let me material. Just go away. Okay. So somewhere I say override with override data, and override data is top 1. And top 1 is just new one. Yes, so I pass in the value 1. You cannot be equal to 32. Okay. Less than 32. Why I leave 2 on everything? Okay, less than. My brain just is not liking it. Okay, greater than. Okay, that's 32. So why is it striding 2? What am I doing wrong? Am I not moving it enough bits because I'm ending up 2 there? The only thing I can think is that I'm saying face over. So I'm setting the right face, which is fine. We are moving it 6 bits, which I think is actually incorrect. So we only shift it 5. So do we move you 5 bits? 32. Yeah. Okay, that's made it so much worse. Now it's a door. Which is kind of hilarious. But like again, it's not touching anything else, is it? The sides are right. So how do we end up a trapdoor? Where the fuck is trapdoor in terms of relative to you? We've ended up from here, now going to here. So we've shifted too far. Well, that's interesting. That it definitely implies that I'm fucking something up when I'm inserting it. So no, it'll be in here. It'll be in here. Here. So when I say top, the fuck. So I set this to top. Yep. Then when I add that, I say, hey, like if you're top. So we do back, left, right, top. So top. Wait a second. So top, you should be the. Wait, you shouldn't shift 5 then. Okay, which implies that it's actually you should. Well, it starts at 0. So you shift 5 then and you shift 5 then and then or you shift 5 then or you shift 5 then or you shift 5 then or. Okay, to do that, then restart our game to see what it looks like with the value set correctly. So that concludes that the bottom, top, right. I think this is actually left, isn't it? Negative X. Ew. So okay, so you need to shift face. Face needs to shift. That's how it works, right? Like that's got that backwards. Yeah, versus position shift 8. Okay. So you need to shift 5 times that ampersand with 31. We go to this calculator and we say 31 is, yep. Okay, so what the hell is wrong with you? So lovely that everything else seems to be working fine. Just this top fucking face. I also don't know what happened to you. I don't think anything's happened to you actually. You don't have an override, that's why. Okay, right. So what is your problem? You're not overriding at all, which is interesting. I would like to do something along the lines of maybe going here and being like pa dot r equals stride. Divided by 32. Okay. Right, that's TS, texture sample. Why are you not liking this? Because stride is a okay. Okay, so F32 stride. So like this. Okay, so first off, everything seems to have the same stride, which is interesting. But if I came down here and said if face equals what did I say top was? Top y. Y positive 1. So if face equals 1, then stride equals 32. But, okay, so what are we setting? Stride divided by 30. So it's definitely selecting the top face correctly. It's just not extracting this correctly. Which doesn't quite make sense to me. The issue is, how do I fucking work out what that value is? Face over shifted face times 5. In reality, I feel like you should be 0. You should be at 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25. That's too far, isn't it? I guess technically it doesn't matter because Z minus never gets hit. That's why it's so far. So shift to 20, and then we just shift face. I feel like I need to do this. Again, why can't this just be equal? Can I say like you're a U32? Okay, that seems to have worked. All right. So unsure why. Can we just say face over? So interesting. I think that's implying that your face over is just set to 0. Which is ID type block type divided by 4. Get this is equal. We should probably say if you're equal to 5. I think it was face. It did something, I think. I need to go back to start putting a color, don't I? Color equals vector 3, and then we say if this is fucking move this down to somewhere I actually intend to use it. The fuck? Where'd my what did I? Oh god, I dropped it somewhere. There we go. Down. Right, okay. So color. Then we need to go up. Actually, we need to go to. I guess it's here, isn't it? Let me say. Do something, and then we say if face equals 5, color equals color dot r equals 0. Equals 1, like that maybe. And then we say return color. we return vec for color 1. Okay, so that's hideous. Please never do that again. We need this to like be like much less white so that I don't blind myself. Okay, so top face set to red. Interesting. So that definitely works. So we're going to say if face over is greater than 0. Okay, so it's definitely greater than 0. Greater than had to be greater than 31, right? It's not greater than 31. What is it greater than? 16? It's not greater than 16. What the fuck value is it set to? Greater than 2? Ah, not greater than 2, which means it is just 1. Wait, is it just 2? Because didn't I try greater than 1? No, okay, so it is just 1, which is interesting. So, am I not assigning this properly? Probably. My assumption is that I'm ending up making the number smaller, but that doesn't seem right. Where is it? I'm overriding something. Where? So you shift equals 5. So when we say aha, I found it. Okay. So first off, you don't need to do that. You then need to do this. Shift 5. Then you get assigned. Then you shift 5. Then you get assigned. Then you shift 5. Then you get assigned. Then you shift 5. Then you get assigned. That's the correct way of doing it. Because what's happening is it's setting to 1 because it's only setting it if the others aren't set. And because we're not actually assigning any kind of marker, it's like, well, it's whatever it is. Okay, there we go. Which means that we can go back to our shader and we can remove this hideous set color, set stride bullshit. Get color away from me. Then we come down here and we just say, don't return that, return it. And we just run that. Everything's a funky ass color. Because at some point I'm assigning something to something. I was doing some kind of debug override. TR, yeah, stride divide by 32. Okay, do that please. Okay, now the graph is the right color. The grass looks the right way. Maybe we should add a furnace, I guess. That would be the best way to indicate a specific block orientation, I guess. That is something that this voxel thing really can't do, is like orientated blocks, because it'll have issues. Okay, so we need to say something. Something. Anyway, so we're going to map. We're going to like block type. Let's tidy this shit up. Get rid of the stuff that I really don't need. Okay, block type. Okay, so we need a burn. Whoop, good. That's the HPL furnace. Kind of wish you could spell check for me there. No, apparently it's not spelled wrong. Makes sense. Anyway, so the furnace front block is well, apparently here. What, is that your top? Do they just all look? Maybe. Oh, what is that? 16, 32. Well, 15, 31. I don't know. 31 at 16 is just 47, 46, 45, 44. Okay. 44. When we're going back here, 44. So we say 44. All right. Then we say yeah, it's so is solid, yes. Non-transparent, yes. Okay, it's a weird way of phrasing it. Anyway, we need to go back to our main thing here. We need to go where we're defining our texture, and I want to say, can we get rid of material 2? But I need you to become material so that I can continue with my overrides. And then somewhere block descriptor is defined and material 2. We don't need the second material now. We're past that level of bullshittery. No, not here. Get rid of this one. Just go to this and say material mesh material 3D block data dot material. All right. So we're gonna go do. What's it? I was applying an override somewhere. I think all these systems can go. I don't plan on adding this. I don't need this. Just trying to make this file smaller so that it's less irritating to scroll around in. Somewhere we define the material. From world. Nope. Block descriptor. Yeah. All right. So then we need to say let that's one, not how you want to do that, because that's going to immediately crash, which is kind of funny. I mean, technically we should just return if you try to override. If you set the stride to 0, I guess just self if stride equals 0, then else debug assert this self dot top equals none. Nice. It's a valid way of to literal 0. What do you mean? Use instead. But oh no, equals. Sorry. That I was very confused to what it was trying to say there, but that makes way more sense. So it's going to do this, and this. There you go. I concluded it should not crash if you accidentally set it to 0, because it actually kind of makes sense that it's a way to reset it. Apparently that's what the compiler will end up doing anyway, is that like you can do niche optimizations where if you have option non-zero U8, which is what I've got, it can optimize that away to
if it's a 0, it's none, and if it's anything else, it's some. Anyway, so what we're doing, we were saying in our main here, yep. So I don't care about doing that. We're going to say we need to override top with 2 and I guess technically we override everything. Back, left, right, bottom. Actually, technically bottom would be 2 as well. Default. And it's not overrides, it's override. Okay, and then we go you, and then you become block type furnace. Okay, and then as U8. So, and then we go I don't know, it's simple. Block. And then instead we go block dot texture. Texture. Okay, cool. Done. And we just pass in furnace. And we pass in block type graphs. Like that. Except apparently I didn't implement block for these. Yeah, did I not? Impl block for block type. Could have sworn. Texture is self as wait. Might just be reference self. Thank you. Not transparent. Is transparent is the actual term. Thank you. Which is then obviously backwards to what it just said, which is you are transparent, you are not, you are also not. Okay, and then we can't be implementing this. Okay, cool. That should be fine. Then we go run. Well, I need to statistically spawn map furnaces somehow, which is going to be hard, somewhat. We need to go to like where we add a map function and go like, hey, if we don't iterate far enough to do that. So we're gonna say like, when we get to here, we say if x equals 1 and z equals 1. 1, we are going to say chunk set block x, y, z block is block type furnace. Thank you. Why can't I use as use size? So it's apparently y minus id dot y times chunk size as I32. There you go. And then we go run. Alright, so does everything look fine? Outside the fact that somehow I've ended up with the dirt. Dirt becomes grass, right? I should have expected that. I think it's because my indexes are out by 1. So let's map down here. We go somewhere, we define our block type, and we say that air is equal to 0. Air is equal to 255. Cobblestone, stone, dirt. Alright, so what the fuck is happening? Then they're all going to be really badly out of bounds. Because I'm pretty sure, yeah, it continues from where it was. So we need air to be at the bottom here. So stone is now 0. And then we look at this and we go, actually no, stone is 0, 1. Because the grass is 1. Okay. So what the hell is happening here? I don't know. You can go back up here and just become back to unassigned. The stone is 1. Cobblestone is 2. No, cobblestone is equal to like 16 or something. That's probably the real problem. Cobblestone is actually 16. Then dirt is 2, right? Up here, stone, dirt. Yep. Okay, cool. Lib main map. Okay. What was it doing? I've completely forgotten. Furnace is 44. Yeah, I think I was restarting the map so that I end up with proper thingy-mabob. God, it's late. What do we look at? Hey, okay. We really need to work on making those chunks spawn in the correct order. Anyway, that is very much incorrect and kind of funny, to be honest. Oh, the furnace is almost correct. Something. Oh. Okay, something's very wrong with the inside of our chunks now. We are not checking something correctly now. Okay, I need to work on that. What's wrong with you? I'm probably not assigning air properly. So you're getting a dispenser top for some reason, which is because you should have been not +2, but what is that? That's plus, so 0, 1, 2, plus 16, 18. Okay, so it's plus 18. So map, and then we go wherever we're defining our overrides, it's 18, not 2. Down here somewhere, about here. So you're 18 and you're 18. Okay. So what was the other bug that was seeing? Oh, right. We are not returning the right type when I specify chunk. All right. So first off, this chunk data never used, not proper. Vertex set and vertexes, all this stuff is highly redundant because I ripped it all out and moved it into a different module. Same with the map data. I'll rip all that shit out too. Map description, map descriptor. That can stay because I think that's used somewhere. Chunk iterator, which takes in that chunk data. I kind of need to keep you somehow. Yeah, chunk block iter does something. Chunk ID, cool. All right, so what went catastrophically wrong there? It's probably that I'm assigning everything to air somehow. a variable error is never constructed. So when do we spawn the chunk here? So we say chunk is chunk empty. Chunk empty, and then we go iterate through everything, and then we say do that, but then I don't know what I broke, because it doesn't make sense to me why that would suddenly stop working. Only I know it's not something inside the shader, right? Like, it's obviously getting triangles from somewhere. What the fuck? I you know what? I bet I'm saying they're not solid or something. Yeah, that'll be what. That would be it. Map. Go to the bottom. We say is transparent, is solid. Air is not. Is transparent, false. It's interesting. Is transparent, true. And then is transparent, false, false. Let's say is solid, false, true, true. Okay, then texture is equal to this. Okay, so I'm passing that through, but then somehow it's getting fucked up when it goes into when I'm setting the chunk, when I say set block, and I pass block, and then we say impulse into block meta. My bet is that I fucked up the implementation of into block meta. So that would be block meta. And we say is solid is equal to is solid and not transparent. Yes, because not transparent is equal to block not transparent. It's just a terrible way of doing it. It's my desire to have 0 representing the null state. Is that fixed it? Yes, okay. Now they are all considered to be transparent. Anyway, furnaces, what do you look like? Well, they very much do look like furnaces, don't they? Well, do I call that good? I think I call that good. So we got that little tick boxy thing and go, hey, add per block vertex, face overrides. Okay, cool. So then we go to git and we go add per block face override. It's a little complicated what it is. Also, please actually add everything. We need to amend and go, hey, actually make sure you include the shader code. Silly not to do that. Basic greedy meshing. Okay. I'm going to do basic greedy meshing because I don't think it'll actually be that hard to implement something. So, first step is to go to somewhere in here. I define this and we say impl size, and then we need to pub const fn impl const fn bits per axes, which is that correct? 2 to the 3, oops, 2. That's annoying. No, I want to go back to normal calculator, please. Programmer scares me. 2 to the 3 is 8. Okay, so it got that correct. Okay, bits per axis. So the shader, I would like to be able to specify bits per axis, but maybe we'll specify hard code that somewhere else. Anyway, so mesh gen, and then we go here and we're going to say u bit shift, so your x, and then your y, and then chunk size bit shifted dot bits per axis times 2, right? And then your chunk size dot bits per axis. No, your times 2. Your just times 1. Okay. It's very complicated. And then your 8 plus chunk size dot bits per axis times order of operation might not be obvious. Okay, so first off, don't touch by 1. That's dumb. Please do that, and then do that followed by that. I don't know if that's the best way of doing that, but anyway. So that should pack all of our bits in, and then I don't know what this number actually is, but so bits per axis in this particular case, that is 4 bits per axis. So I'm saying meaning 4. So that's you use 4, 8, 6. Wait, you need to be 1 higher than that actually. Mostly because I'm too lazy to actually implement the code. Theoretically, I can use just 1 extra bit, I think, to store all the values, but instead I'm gonna go like, no, just please 4, 5, 6. We have to modify the code in there, but so anyway, so we use 5, 10, 15, 15 plus 8, 23 bits, 32 minus 23 gives me 9 bits left. Okay, so let's just put a comment here. Just 9 bit left. Okay, the 9 bits left. All right, so 9 bits would give me, calculator, 2 to the 2 to the 4, 16. Hey, look at that, we have enough. I mean, technically, I think it's 1 extra, because you wouldn't specify it if it was 0. So I think it actually goes one further than that, because if you can agree. Anyway, so what we need to do is we need to go something. So we need to build like how did I do this? So we need to go something like let check equals a so struct face which is just going to be, it's just going to be u8. Anyway. Okay, and we're going to say import face, and then we're just going to say fn top, and then top will just return a boolean, which is just going to be yep. fn set top. Come on, you got this. Come on out. Thank you. Okay. And cool. All right. So then we just need to say that you are equal to a vec. Let's just be lazy and say hash map. Hash. New default. Yeah, okay. Then we need to qualify, or we need to import, maybe, I don't know, is this not gonna work? Hash map, white. Bevy platform collections hash map, like that, default. Oh, why are you not working? Because I spelled hash map wrong. Hash map? Apparently I spelled something wrong. Anyway, so we're gonna say run X, run Y, something like that. So let block get block if block empty continue. Okay. And then we're gonna say let check equal and let new check and equals check dot entry, and then the key is an ivec3 new with XYZ. I guess it's actually a uvec3. Okay, uvec3 new. All right, so what's your problem? You're saying that you get return an entry. As u32, as u32, as u32. Okay. Right. So you return an entry. Gets given the keys corresponding to entry in the map or in-place manipulation. Goes to entry for further details. Okay. And then dot or insert face 0. Okay. So you need mutes self. Also hilarious. Wait, you don't need mute self. You just need self. So. Right, and then we just do like something like fn all. Be a little bit quicker than that, and just say if you are greater than whoa, no, don't waste all that time. You can literally just say self dot 0 is greater than or equal to, except these two bits are zeros. I guess we just want to say equal. Okay, so then we say so checked face into this. Okay, so then we say if check all continue. This block is already done. All right, so you need to be mutable. Okay. So mute checked, and then we so why are you like this, Bevy? I done? What the fuck? No. Okay, thank you. So we say check. Okay, so checked. Okay. Okay. So then we say that's not how that works. If okay, so what am I doing? Okay, block set vertex. This okay. So we say first off, we go if checked dot top, if not checked top, then get next block. And then your result is checked dot top set top. All right. So if block above is transparent, so we're gonna say like let run equal 0. Okay. Then if block up is transparent, okay, I guess in here, then we say let run equals 0. If data dot block x y plus 1 that is transparent, I say if the block directly up is transparent, then the run is equal to 1. And then we say for I guess x, what are you in top? So we want to go for x in I guess, is that correct? Was it x plus 1? X plus 1. We don't want to then check dot set top. Wow. Okay, if yep, yeah, okay, so if that no, we don't want to set your checked dot top. We want to say checked dot okay. So we can't call you checked because that causes issues. Correct. Right. So then you become checked dot get entry x y z u vec. Yep. There we go. And modify and place mutable axis. No. Or insert with FM1. Okay, so I don't think you can do that, but we can do we should probably say like face from top, something like that. And then we go down here and we just say FN from top, from bottom, from left, from right, from back, from front. Cool. So we go up here, we go, hey, check. Cannot borrow check immutable more than once. Damn it. can I like dot how do can I dot like take dot and modify and replace entry with insert or insert with or okay, so fine. I think what we want to do is maybe dot get this then dot unwrap or default, and then we go down here and we say you just derive default please. Right, cool. So we can then get, can we remove maybe? Removing feels a bit aggressive. Anyway, base. Alright, so then we say if current or continue, otherwise let mute. Otherwise, okay, so then we say, hey, if this block is transparent, then run equals 1. Mute run. Then we say if data, so then we start iterating through to chunk size. And then we say if data block, this block is transparent, we need to say run plus equals 1. And then we say checked entry, this one, and then or insert with top. Okay. Else break. No. Yeah. So check all the way until we get as wide as we can get. Then like for z in z plus 1 dot dot chunk size. Okay, but then we need to go that can well, I guess this is let x run, then let z run equals 1, and then we say hey for this, and then we say so for each x we're going to say that's not actually correct, but kind of funny. So it's not like this, it's if so let valid equals true, I guess. Then for x in x dot dot x plus 1, if data dot block 1 up in the y is transparent, so if it's not transparent, valid equals false and break. Otherwise, when you get to here, we say we don't want to break. We want to say this is z loop, and we say continue z loop, right? Well, I guess technically I don't need to set this then. You can just go hey for z, and then if you get then for each x in z, if the block above you isn't transparent, then here, then when if you manage to get to here, we say z run plus equals 1, and then when we get to here, we say add face, top face, and then somehow we say add face. We say vertices face. So each of these needs to be like more than just 1 digit, I think. No, that's right. So that becomes really difficult to implement now. I'm trying to think how to do it. I'm trying to avoid resorting to a hash map, because the easiest way would just be stick all indexes in as a hash map, look up what index it would be when you get back. Oh, I really go fucking bad. So I just want to get the top one working. So we have our Z run, and then when we add a face, we need to somehow encode into that face. All right, and then we set top. So somehow I need to encode into you. We say add face. So self.index v, and then indices push and we say face, and this, and then okay. So I need to then specify a maybe because we're adding the vertex, right? And then we say your face, many vertexes, so self.insert, then we say face I, then 0, 1, 2, 0, 2, 3. Okay, so kind of think I want to specify See, I think I can get away with like reuse these if you're currently got them. But once I start doing like greedy meshing and runs, like the odds of two lining up at the same point are really low. So what I might be able to do is say each vertex can hold, I guess here we'd say vertex and then U32, U32. Make them U8s actually, U8, U8. Like so, and then we just say you also take in, when you add a face, U8, X run, which is a U8, and a Y run, which is a U8, or the Z run. And then when we insert our vertex, we say, but V X run, Y run. Actually, it's not that, it's I guess each vertex would know what it was. Not really. So just thinking about it, if we're putting the top face in, the top needs to always go X, then Z. And so indices 0 of the face, just specify up here somewhere. Top. So we say left top. So because of the top face, it's always the top, which means we go left, back, right. So we start there, which is dumb. Damn it, it's annoying. So basically, it goes left, back, right, front, right, left, front. So left, back. So each of them is going to be given a value, which is fine. Index. So we call index. Push indices, vertex. It says vertex. And then so let update. Fine. You need a x run and a z run. Don't know if that's actually accurate. And then we say like x run, z run. Push it as a this method. You don't turn it into a tuple yet, like that. Pass the 3 arguments in, x run, z run. Then we have that data somewhere, and then we're going to go up here and we're going to say, hey, with each of these, it's just a 1, 1. Well, actually, no, you're the top phase, so actually, out of all of them, you're the only one that actually gets the value other than 1. But anyway, I'm only doing it on the top phase for tonight because I really can't be bothered repeating like a million lines of code, and it's really is just repetitive code. I really need to go to sleep because it's getting like it's 1 in the morning. It's a bit late. Almost 1 in the morning. 1, 1. Okay. So they all get runs of 1, 1, and then 2 pos. So when we call 2 pos, which is p, 2 pos. Okay, cool. So I think I can just implement that. Okay. So then you get x run, v run. All right. So interestingly, that your u size. I don't use you anyway, so why the fuck are you? Oh, because I'm. There's U8. Cool. Then we go here, we go 2 pods. Okay, so 2 pods. So instead, we're going to import that U8. Can it? Cannot define. Damn it. Okay, 2 pods, and then we go like x run u8 y z run u8. Yeah, see, that's the issue. It's because we've got x, which means that we technically need a y run as well. Because without a y run, there's no way to determine which of these values to actually increment, because we would need to know which one we were. I mean, technically bottom face has 0. Then we need to go add face, and then we need to go you actually another u8. And then you're another u8. So you're y. Well, that's definitely a bad way to put that. X and then y run. Y run like so, and then here we need a x y run. Run. Which is a u8. And u8 y run. Then we need a y run. So, all right, so we store all the data correctly. Yep. All right, so then we're just gonna go with just putting 1s on all of them for now. And then I'm going to I think technically I could just multiply the value. So we say p.0.2p with then passing in p, .1, .2, like so, and then we go to 2 pos and we say, yep, you take in those values, and then you are right top back. See, that's the issue, isn't it? Because right top back. Mhm. Mhm. Just trying to mentally suss out. I think that what I want to do is say that, like, obviously the top. So if we're going to start in the, always starting in the bottom right corner, means that that 0, 0, 0 index never gets incremented. I think what we do is we just multiply the ones, but maybe not. No, we don't just multiply the ones. So it's, ooh. I'm just literally going through them in my head, being like, you will go. That one's only sliding. All right, so 0, 0, 0 never moves. So you never move. No matter what the run is on any of them, 0, 0, 0 never moves, which is good. Then we want to say, if we're doing the, let's say the bottom face, so that means we need bottom right, I guess, back. Bottom right back. So let's bring bottom right back to somewhere. Right, bottom back. Okay, so with you, I only want you to ever extend in the Z direction, right? And you're multiplied by the Z run. You know what, let's just do the ones that we need for the top, because then once we've got the top working. Okay, so top needs tops, obviously, so let's bring all the tops to the top so I can easily find them. So top, 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 and oops, top. Okay, so left top front. I don't think left top front moves. All right, so you stay at 0 no matter what, which makes sense because you're 0, 0. So like an extra couple of lines in just so. Okay, so left top back. So you expand the Z, so times Z run, and then your times Z run and your times X run as U32, and then this one would be times X run as U32. I think that's all we actually care about. In reality, it don't actually need to be times. They can just be the value because it's 1 times. And it just means that we need to always pass in once if the values aren't set. Now, the top faces are they always going to be? No, I don't think they're always going to be ones, which is somewhat obnoxious. Because I think what that means is I need to pass in the right values here. So we need to say 1 like that. I think is how it actually goes. And then so we go like, we would then say that actually you take in Y run and Y run and Y run. And then I think that makes sense actually. So then you'd be Y run as U32. And then your Y run as U32. Your then Y run is U32. Your Y U32. Y run
as u32. Y as u32. Your y run as u32. All right, I think that would probably be correct. Well, you're definitely not correct. You're x and you're z, but you know. Okay, x, y, x, y, z, 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 x, y, z. I don't know why I put y in all of them. Anyway, now I don't think Bevy's wireframe would work, annoyingly. I don't know how you do a wireframe. I'm assuming there's some kind of way of knowing if you're right on the edge of a vertex, but anyway. Something looks very wrong here. So first thing is I'm passing in 1 for literally everything, which is kind of hilarious. So we need to specify the actual plane that they're on, because I think that's the issue. I'm just passing in 1 for all of the values that I haven't specified. So like if current on top. Oh yeah, and we also need to current set top. And when we get to the bottom, I need to say something along the lines of checked dot insert u3 new as u32 as u32 as u32 and current. Yeah. So you just need to whack that in there. I think the better question is to make sure they didn't fuck that up. Okay, so bottom face, they should be 0 because it's the bottom face. Left face needs to have x equal to 0. I want to say. I don't actually remember. Left face. Left face is all the lefts, and all the lefts down here. All the ones that say left have 0. Left is 0. Left. Okay. So, I mean, passing in a left of 0 doesn't really do anything, does it? Then your right face, so you'd actually want a 1. That doesn't make sense. I think you would also want a 0 right face. So you're the ones with the right, which means that the ones with right means we want 1s in all these places. And then we want 1s in all the y places. And then 1s in all the z places. Okay. Right, so first up, I think you need to be a 1. I think that's the point. If I just put 1s everywhere, then it should just fill the x's with 1s, or the y's with 1s, or the z's with 1s. So let's try restarting now and see what the hell happens. Okay, so it's obviously still going to break, because I just remembered that I didn't actually do the vertex insertion correctly, because when I do this, I say get or update, get or insert with this, and it's going to be like, we push the vertex, but we only Vertex. I think we can probably just not do this bit. So that kind of just implies that self.vertex.len. So I just need to return, just need to call update, I think. Is that how that works? Cannot borrow mutably. I think that might do it. Okay, still just patently wrong. Now, for some reason, what's happening is they're all just like getting their y set to 0 or something, or like, what the fuck? Alright, did I fuck up the, well, I kind of did because I stopped packing them properly, so that could also just be the problem. Is that I need to unpack them by saying shift. So you are not f, you are it's like we're using 5 bits of precision, which I think is calculator 2 to the 5 is 32, which means that and 31 and 31 and 31, you need to be shifting 5 and 10, and then yeah, you're 18, I think. That doesn't feel right. Five. Where did I get 9 bits from? 15 plus 8? Yeah, 23, okay. So if we also restart that, that would probably fix like half of the problem. Hey, or at least getting somewhere. Okay. So, I think what's happening here, right, is we're not actually checking to make sure that that the block is also the same block as we are currently. So mesh generation, yeah, we do all this horrible code. We need to say if block is transparent. So we need to say like let other equal get that one. Then we say if other does not equal block, and other no. So we need to go, so other is just fuck, what do I do? Where did it go? Other is just this, right? Because we're incremented over, and we say other if other does not equal block, break, I guess, and then if block dot up is transparent, yep, set the other block's face. Redundant closure, okay.
What do you think it means redundant closure? Do we do that? Okay, weird. Okay, so we say let mut x run equals 1 for x plus if the other block equal this coordinates, and then if other block does not equal this block, break. If data block x plus y plus 1 equals transparent, z the x run is gained by 1. Wait, what? Okay. Checked dot entry or insert with w else break. Okay. Then when you get to here, we say let mut z run equal 1. Then we say the loop and we go for z in z plus 1 to chunk size, or x in x plus 1. We do the same thing when we say if other dot block if data dot block and does not equal block, break C loop. Wait, what? Break. Wait. For x in x. Yeah, I think that's supposed to be break, aren't you? I think that the AI picked up on my mistake there, because I was continuing z, but like if you check all the x's and if you check all the x's and don't find so if the block don't match break, if the block ain't transparent, I feel like just for the sake of consistency I want to put this like here, say not, and then say break. Okay, like that. So we say if the blocks don't match, which we should also like replace down here so it's like less confusing. Yeah, so for each x, if the block doesn't break, if the blocks don't match, break. If the other blocks, if the top block is not if the block above it's not transparent, break. X run plus equals 1. If you get past those two checks, add 1 to the x run. And set the current block's top to being checked. Okay, then let mut z equals 1. That's z, and then we say for each z onward, for the number of x's in our run, if data dot block. Okay, so if the data is not the same, break. And if the block isn't transparent, break, otherwise increases z run by 1. Then when you get to the end here, stick in a top face that has a x run of equal to x run and a 1 for the y and a z run of z run. Okay, and then we go main run, and we go, I don't know if this is going to fix it. I don't know. At a certain point, I might just give up. At least this time, I fucking committed to Git before I fucking destroyed everything. Okay. Oh, looking promising. Again, I have no idea how to do wireframes, so I'm just gonna see if like I can quick render wireframe. Like rendering targets. Bevy wireframe.
it's main void. Do so if I go to Bevy, what? No, search Bevy engine. Bevy. Search wireframe. So draw a wireframe 3D. I'm looking for a shader. Wireframe. How the fuck do you work? Push constants. How the fuck? Okay. I vaguely remember there's something like you can just add the wireframe to the default plugins or something. App.add plugins wireframe. Installs a plug collection. Wireframe. Enables wireframe rendering for an entity. If it is attached to it, it will ignore the wireframe configuration global settings. This requires the wireframe plugin to be enabled. Does default plugins contain the wireframe plugin? Let's find out. Wire. Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Wire. Wireframe plugin. 3D plugin. Nope. What? Batch plugin. Default. What do you do? Debug flag. Debug flag that can optionally be set when construct the renderer. Debug flags that can optionally be set when debugs that can optionally be set when constructing the renderer. Allow copies for indirect. Okay. Render plugins. So does this just? I don't think it's gonna work because I don't have a normal mesh that works like that. But maybe. Wait a second. Yeah, so we need to like first off, let's like render a cube to see if it's even actually doing anything, because for all I know it's turned off. Probably is just turned off. Because that's all it does. Like it's main like when I go plugin build. Okay, you do a lot actually. You init resource wireframe material, specialized mesh pipeline, wireframe 3D pipeline. Say like I don't think it's gonna work because of that startup global wireframe material update. Rendering. Is this all into the render app? Where's the resource? Init resource wireframe configuration. What is your default? Do you just derive default? Which means that you are global set false. Okay, so we want to app dot insert resource wireframe global config global what's that? I don't care dot default, and we want the wireframe
It's called global. Global is true. Okay, and then to make sure it's working, we're gonna spawn a test cube. Spawn test cube. Interesting. Asset server. Stuff add. This is going to be a cube. Cuboid. From size vec 3 1 times 1 times 10. I put like with 20. It needs to be big enough that I can see it without it being like lost in all the chunks. Is that not how that works? But anyway, and then fuck it, it could just be purple. Then we want say mesh is mesh 3D mesh, which should then type inference its way back up. Dot into like so. Type inference your way. You don't get a material. Your transform can be 1 on the Y. I don't care. Don't give it a global transform because I really don't care. Textures, which could not care. Spawn test cube. Okay, so we need to on startup. App dot add systems startup okay, close, and we say run. We go, when I run this, am I going to see a wireframe or am I going to see a nothing? Who knows? Okay, I gotta stop streaming so long. Anyway, so I see a big wireframe. Oh. Okay, interesting. What I would like to do, I guess, is go to our mesh generator. The thing is it is in fact rendering a perfectly sufficient mesh, which means that I kind of want to go like, hey, if I said, can I like see 2 position just okay, so what I want to do is maybe do like a position old like that, and then we want to say like, can I say positions old dot extend or that push, right? Because we did, that's all we're doing, right? We're just extending. So then we just want to go something like wait, so I guess t dot map, and then the as f32. Why would you multiply by chunk size, you fucking weirdo? And then we go here and we say like mesh, we're going to say something like mesh positions, and this is position something like that. The idea being that this should then just render the normal bevy on top. I guess you don't know because it doesn't have a standard material, so well, the wireframe seems to have picked up on this even though it doesn't have a standard material, so something's rendering. Well, they're fucking rendering something. That's really throwing me off. Is like, how's my voxels like actually rendering correctly, but like the wire mesh is not having a good time. well, see, what seems to be happening, right, is every block seems to be rendering in like the same place as my guess, and then hence there's a whole pile of like singular ones like that. Like, I suspect like every block is all rendered here, and then this is all the tops that are different, which is interesting because like I don't know how it's doing that. Oh, what's the bet that because I'm p plus x. Ah, right, because that's what we should be doing. It's not. No, let me see. So we should be pushing x as f30 to y as f30. Right. Well, it wasn't fucking. Right. First up, that's implying that this should not be working. Because how did you get position y and then you add y to it? Well, that's concerning. The fact that this is rendering at all is downright worrying me now, because I'm like, I don't know how I've managed to do that. See, because I'm like calculating the y and then I'm adding the y. Ooh. Apparently the answer is I'm just rendering a lot of weird redundancies. Now, my question is, how many vertexes am I actually rendering? Well, that feels really weird. I guess technically I should... don't take long. I'm curious what the fuck is happening in these corners though. I'm just going to quickly implement the bottom one as well. So if y equals 0, if y equals 0, or block dot -1 is transparent. Okay, so if not current dot bottom, we say, so how does it work? So it's basically if this, and then we say current dot set bottom, like that. Okay, so we say, I guess let x run equal this, and then for that we say for x chunk size x, and then if not block chunk -1 dot transparent. We need to still do that if y does not equal so I guess it's, yeah, it's if y does not equal 0 and not data block. Okay, so if the y is not equal to 0 and the block below is not transparent, break. Okay, x run +1 checked, and then we say checked that you're increased. We'll get from bottom. Cool. Okay. Then we say right, because it all fits in there. Yeah, so we say for, I think it's actually it's something like z. Wait, is it what's the light? It's sure it's this z loop. I hope it's not that. What is it? This there z loop for z in 0 chunk size for x in x run if data block z loop if y not -1 break z loop we need to say let, well, no, it's here, let z run equal 1, do this bit here, then we say you get to here. If you ever make it to the end of this, you say z loop z run plus equals 1, you put that back in, and then if you ever get to here, you pass in x run and z run, technically, okay, and then you're at as you 8. Okay. So that'll be interesting to see if set bottom. I'm curious. Right. My suspicion is that it's still catching blocks that it shouldn't, like rerunning over certain blocks, but the issue is I don't know how to check and work out which exactly blocks it's doing. Okay, so if I go under here and go, hey, what do you look like? A fucking weird ass. What? Why? What have you done? Why do you look like that? Okay. Is that an issue with my algorithm, or just with how I'm passing meshes around? Like, why? First off, why you all come from here? Why you all go to there? Why is it center line? In theory, that very first X should have found everything. So, just out of curiosity, you're a crazy little. Okay. Why? I would like for you to tell me if X run equals 15, no, 16, ampersand, and then, no, just please, panic, panic. Yep, okay. Okay. Okay, I actually, the hope is that it does panic, because then it means that it is meshing the whole bottom. It's just somehow I'm fucking up the algorithm, but I suspect it's not going to, because I can't imagine why it wouldn't, like, why it would be drawing a diagonal if it fucking. Oh god. Well, there goes the panic. So it is actually, in fact, finding it, which is annoyingly, it spat out so much erroneous code that it's gone. Okay, can we get you to just print line then? Because I'm pretty sure we go from the bottom up. So then I want to know what you actually spit out. Okay, so maybe don't panic, just print line. So block at, so in theory, this should say something like block 0, 0, 0, 16, 0, 16. Or 16, 1, 16. Right, and it should say it a lot, because every single chunk is a flat bottom. 0, 0, 0 is too big, it has size 16 by 1 to 16. Well, that's what we want. So, the question is, why, when you insert your data, do you end up all fucky like that? And how much of it is not a me problem, but how the wire mesh is rendering? Okay, so that implies that in one, if the only place that seems to be getting this is the 0, 0, 0 corner of each chunk, which is good. So that means it's doing what I'm expecting it to do. The bottom is just doing the bottom. Now, we add face bottom. Now, I kind of want to know what you look like before and after you add the face bottom. Well, Okay, my question now is everything else break. That's what I'm thinking right now. Is everything else just return early? So just continue. Or I guess technically, if I just say if top, that means you won't run, and then we can say you can just let's say if false. We just do that and say don't fucking do anything. And we say main, and we say run, and then it should just render the bottoms. And then I'm curious what it'll look like. Because in theory, you should only add 4 vertices. Because none of the other blocks should ever fucking trigger. Alright, so first off, nothing's visible, but if I fly down, all the bottoms are visible. Okay, so the fact that it's doing that weird diagonal is what's really throwing me. Okay, so then we go main, and we go, okay, no, yep. So we're not generating anything with the bottom. So I want to, before you add face, print line, I need you to be a string, please. Thank you. Please and thank you. God, fuck off. You, comma, and then we need to say M block. Okay. Then I need to say something along the lines of save that, so that, do this, do this, do this. All right. So before it prints it, we also probably want it to not print. Shouldn't actually matter because it's going to print a copy after every single one, so it should be fine. Okay, so here's what's happening, right? So we set the index and we say left, bottom, back 16, left, bottom, front 16, bottom, front 16, left. That's interesting. No, wait, this should be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so there's not supposed to be 6 because 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hence, it's too many. Because you're supposed to reuse some of these. So, first off, we don't just insert then. I think the greedy meshing should just greedy mesh. So what that means is we don't do the whatever the fuckery this is. I think that's where our issue is coming in. So we're saying index, then index was supposed to check to see if it existed. So in reality, we should just v face is equal to I and self index of v x I. Okay, so we don't want to do this, right? Kind of just want to go. Okay, so we want to change this, and we'd be like, for face in, for face in face, right? And then we just say, self dot how do we do this? So dot self dot okay, so we want to say like let start equal self dot vertices dot len, and then we want to say self dot vertices dot push like that, and then we want to say for I in, no, don't do that. Why are you reading commented out code? We just want to say indices push start plus I. Okay, so we want to say run. I think what I need to do now
is retroactively add this back in. Modify this back to taking it no runs. Oh, okay. Wait, what? First off, that feels like it's way slower. For like, oh, because I'm printing, that's why. That's really slow if they're not changing anything. All right, so first off, what the fuck went wrong? So left, right, okay. So now there's at least only 4 of them, and they are in fact doing the indices. So why do you still draw that big ass fucking wireframe? That's what's throwing me here. Why are you still drawing this wireframe on a diagonal? I guess the point is when we get to finishing the chunk. Right, I bet she's doing 1 for every possible. That's probably what it is. No, wait, you shouldn't be able to because your I need to print it like here. No, I can't do it there because I think it's already been consumed at that point. We need to say print line and block. Right. So we also probably want to not print it up here anymore because, you know. Also, this prints before and after, right? Before and after indices, yeah. So there's before. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna go get rid of you, and get rid of you, and then we're gonna say for I in yep. Where does this end? No, okay, so it's not there. It's here. We want to print out. I guess technically, yeah. No. When we go to insert this, which wait a second. Maybe I've got a thing in the wrong spot. So for XYZ. Oh no, it should be for every. So this is still every face. Wait a second, I need to print it out. God, you're printing for every single one, aren't you? None. Yep, you're just printing that lots. Lots and lots and lots and lots. Let's close program, please. So again, we only want to check. I guess that's actually something I need to check. So when I printed this out, block. It's not bottom. That's the question. I wonder if it's this that's going wrong. Oh, I probably need to do it for this. That's almost certainly. When you get to here, when you increment a Z run, you need to also say you. I've also had your bottom checked. I guarantee that's the problem. We can also just like not print this anymore. Because that's why it's running in that sort of diagonal pattern, is because I'm clearing out an entire X, and then I'm stepping over and I'm clearing out an entire X and stepping over and clearing out an entire X, and hence it's clearing it out one thing at a time. So now if I go down, hey, it's a distinctly different shape. So we're doing that one, and we're doing that one, and we're doing that. Actually, it's this way. I think it's this one does all of them, and then this one does all of them, and then this one does all of them. Okay, because you find 13 by 13. Or it could, unlikely, but it could be that it's going that way, and that way, and that way, and that way. What the fuck is wrong with it though? Why are you doing this to me? I really just need to go to bed. I can fix it in no time in the morning. Okay, so checked, insert current. Right, and then that sets current's bottom. If current's not the bottom, so as we run through each x, so what I need to do first is work out everywhere that I'm apparently going horribly wrong. So when we add a phase, we need to say print block x run. Yep. Okay, cool. So that's x, y, z. So what I think is happening is we must be missing either an incrementation where we're supposed to break out of something. So if data block, so we're not setting something, which is for x. So we only set checked if we go all the way. Aha. Well, that would also do it. So for x86, no, x in, yeah. So if we ever get to here, it means that we did it, and then we want to say for x, we need to say all of that box has been checked. So let's just, well, in theory, if I've got it right, that should just not do it wrong. So it should only run once per chunk, which I think is the hard part. I need to pass in some kind of thing that lets me say okay, it appears to have worked. That was unexpected. Well, I say unexpected, of course it's gonna work. It's that good, but no, that I was not expecting it to just then work. Anyway, so what did we work out? It was you worked, you're fine. So it's for each x, as you find an x, mark it as found. Then z runs through and says z, and then we say here, we go for, if you ever get to here, we say for x, and then we have to mark each top as being seen. I don't know how the hell I did that. I don't know what the hell I've done. Okay. So yeah. So then we say if we, as we find x as an increment at x run, we need to check it off as being found. And then as we increment our z, we need to check off our z and say that it was found. In theory, we don't have to do it here. We could collect all our x, collect all our z, and then iterate through them all in one go. But so then we pass in our z and our x, and I feel like I really want to modify this back to doing the monstrosity that is whatever the fuck it was doing, like this. And then we say fn add run, and then adding run does this. So this is just called add run. That's called add run, and then this monstrosity here is this is gonna add face, which takes in this, but then doesn't take in this part, and then does this bit, and then doesn't take in these, and then index doesn't take it. I guess technically we could just call index with 1 1 1. I think it's the correct way to do that. and then you don't need to be mutable anymore apparently. So cool. I think that should be right. And then when we go up here, we say, hey, these ones are all say add face, which is good. Okay, so you're add run. Okay, but it's technically it's if x run is greater than 1, else just mblock.add face. The idea of that being that if we find a face, except your top face, right? So yeah. The mental image here is if the x run is greater than 1, then we found a run because we check x first, and so it is definitely possible. And then I mean technically, no, because we still check z even if x is 1, so it's possible that we did a z run after. So we have to say if x or z run is greater than 1, it might technically be faster to say if x plus z is greater than 2. I'm not 100% sure on that though. And then these would just be add faces, right? So we just add face, add face, add face, add face. All right. So now we say map, and then we say run, and technically it's gonna be way slower because we've got wire mesh turned, or wire mesh turned on. Anyway, so we look down and we go, oh god, what did I do? Well, none of the sides are rendering properly, which is interesting. But interesting, the top and the bottom are rendering properly. So what did I break to stop the sides rendering? It's got to be something to do with the add face. Ah, God, I just want it to be working, please. So funnily enough, we can close this and we can close this because we know they're both working. Oh, yeah, that would help if false. That would definitely help. I assume it's here is where the if false ended. Right, it's physically impossible to be all, but anyway. That should now work, and then we can, just before I go to bed, turn off the wireframe, increment the we'll set the world back to being whatever 92 million voxels, and we'll see what speed we get. So we're going to turn off these two because obviously leaving those on would dramatically reduce our frame rate. And then we go map, and we go up there, map size, and we say map size. Oh, we also need to. I don't want to do that. So we have to fix the maybe not. Technically, we don't because of it's seeded, so it's consistent. The chunks may be in different order, but they should still technically be the same chunks. So, and because I'm not meshing into chunk meshes, so that should mean that we can just do this and compare our frame rate before and after. What were we doing? We were adding basic 3D meshing. We'll do a line because it's like half done. Oh, well, fuck, no, don't print shit to the console. First off, that's pretty slow, but print. Well, that's a print line, but it's not the one that's actually printing. Where is the print line? That one. Stop printing. Okay, and run.
Oh, I don't remember how many meshes I got turned on. You'll notice that it is dramatically slower to generate the meshes now as well, but that's to be expected when adding something like greedy meshing. It's a slower algorithm at the gained performance, hopefully. Kind of depressing if it gets to the 92 million and it's still the same. Oh.
Okay, well, apparently it's still the same, but I think again we're staying at like 48, which is interesting. So we go to results.txt and we go, okay, so basic greedy meshing. So we are still at 48 FPS. 48, 48, 8 brain, I need to go back to bed. FPS, then we go, with so 93 million voxels, if I remember correctly, million voxels, right, that's what it says, 93 million voxels. Now, the real test, we go here, we go, what is our utilization sitting at? 60, 70%, we're at 10 gigabytes. Oh no. Well, that's actually an interesting point, isn't it? Is if I remove that, if I modify the shader and just remove all this code for checking what face it is, if I just go back to not doing that, how much better does it get? Admittedly, I can't completely do that because I need to remove some of the recompile stuff. So we're using 10 gigabytes, we're only at 62% utilization, which I believe is an improvement. I don't know why my frame rate seems to be capped at 40, 48. Like, okay, so we are at 62% and 10 gigabytes. Now, that's interesting that our gigabytes have gone back up, but not that surprising considering... oh, wait, actually, maybe that'll speed things up. I forgot to take that back out. That would probably drop our memory back down, and I'm curious if dropping our memory back down will perform better. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. We can also stop setting position hold. Okay, take all those out. And now we just reset this. We go run. And we go, come on. I really need to go to bed. It's 2 fucking AM. Okay. In theory, that should have significantly sped up the generation as well. I find this very interesting. This is why I need an algorithm that can make them generate closer. I'm curious why it's like missing some. They must be taking too long to generate or something. Okay. So again, still at 48. But now we can look here and go, now we're back down to using only 9 gigabytes. So like a whole gigabyte was just the extra mesh we were adding. And our utilization is down to like 50%. And yeah, I'd say it's hovering at like 50. Oops. Don't look away and look back. It doesn't like that. All right, I'd say 50%. So got our results, and we say like it's actually using only 50% and 9 gigabytes because So actually, we've saved a little bit of memory. I don't know where. Taking anything out. Right, that's what I need to. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. I need to close the game and then check that I actually I'm still sitting at the same. Like I've got a 7 gigabyte, 7.8. So it should drop down to like less than 10% utilization. Yep. And 7.6 gigabytes. So we actually are up on our. Okay, I don't fucking know. Then we lost 0.3 gigabytes somewhere. I don't know what I removed to. Oh, it's probably just all those extra vertices. So we added extra stuff in the shader, but yeah, there's only a single material. We added
quite a bit, but it's a single material. Quite a bit being like 256, so like 1k, not much. I'm curious if I like ripped this out, how much faster it would be. Probably not that much faster, I don't think. But maybe, who knows? Anyway, stream's done. I'm going to bed. It is late. I'm probably going to be streaming tomorrow. I don't know yet, but I will almost certainly be streaming Sunday. Well, my Sunday, because it'll be America's fucking Saturday, I guess. But the jam starts Saturday, or Sunday, like 1 a.m. Sunday for me. So I will hopefully be streaming sometime in Sunday to be like starting the game. I've also taken the week off work, so we'll hopefully be streaming a lot during the week as I develop the game. Anyway, like, comment, subscribe, whatever, so you don't miss future streams. It's amazing to have like 9 people consistently through our stream. So thank you. Also, actually, I'm going to do this. Since I'm terrible at wrapping shit up, we need to say added basic top bottom greedy meshing. Added top bottom greedy meshing. Commit that, and then push everything to the GitHub for anyone who wants to play with it. I will see you tomorrow.